Okay, first I want to say that we can't hear you. The schoolhouse is on mute.
Okay.
Okay, now it's no longer on mute.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
The safety element comments are due on Friday the 13th. I hope that it will be extended since we have not heard from all the committees. Geo committee was yesterday and it was canceled because of no electricity, no Wi-Fi. And many residents still do not have full access to telecommunications, phones, Wi-Fi. And so in light of all the new infrastructure issues that have been exposed with these storms, awakened streams, down trees, inability to move around town, power lines, phones, how is all of this new updated information being incorporated in the safety element? Who is doing that? And because of this, have there been any updates to the safety plan from the fire department, which of course, if there was a fire or a earthquake or fire related to an earthquake or an evacuation, we wouldn't be able to get zone haven information or any information. And how is that information being incorporated into the safety element? And also when the town hall is closed, how are we then going to have trees immediately removed when, people, staff, of course, they need their downtime, but hopefully we can get information on what's another path for the residents to get information. And last thing, there's an item on the agenda for today about the appointment of the open positions on ASCC and planning. There were interviews on Monday, and the recordings for those interviews have not been uploaded. Several residents have been looking for them. They are not uploaded onto the town website or onto the town YouTube. In light of that, I really hope that the votes are not done tonight so that residents can have an opportunity to see and hear the people that are going for these positions. I know the residents don't have a vote, but we do have a say and the comment. But people cannot comment if they cannot see those interviews, and they were done during the day when most people would have been at work, and there's no other access to those. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand I see up is Leslie Price. Leslie, go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for taking my comments. I will tell you that when I was on, I couldn't hear anything for a long time till you guys unmuted. So you may not have many comments coming in, but from the audience. But I do have 3 comments. One, Rita kind of jumped in front of me there. I'm interested in when we're going to hear from the Woodside Fire Protection District on both the safety element and the housing element, because it doesn't seem like this is complete until we hear what their thoughts are on, our infrastructure, our evacuation, planning, et cetera. And I, for one, as a resident, am lost about where their input gets put into this process. I haven't seen it, and I think it's really important. Second, regarding the committees, I was watching the other day, and I was really pleased to see that we have new residents in town volunteering for committees and people who haven't volunteered before. And I think that's great because it really broadens the participation in town. So I would encourage the town council to select people who aren't currently on committees or haven't been very recently on committees to take some of these places, because it enhances the health of the community to have a broader representation. And finally, my other concern for the town is the lack of an audit. I don't understand that. As a business person, I know that my business basics tell me I keep my business's finances up to date, not running several years behind. Thank you so much. I hope I got that all in time.
Thank you, Leslie.
Do we need the timer?
Yeah,
Do we need the timer?
Through the chair, Melissa was having some trouble with the timer being activated, so she is tracking time at her end, but it does not look like the timer's going to work this evening. Our apologies.
Our next comment is from Nan Shasta. Nan, if you can unmute your.
Yeah, okay. Jeff, I have my speaker way up and I can just barely hear your voice. Okay. Okay, first, I have a couple of comments. First, a couple of kudos. I congratulate the town and the fire district on your successful vegetation management plan. I think you've done a fantastic job. If you hadn't cleared the major rights of way, we'd be seeing a lot more fallen trees right now. Kudos also to the paid and volunteer work crews who've been able to clear the blockages really quickly. There was one point a couple of days ago in Westridge when 2 of our 3 emergency evacuation routes were blocked by trees. So thank you. That was quickly taken care of. Thank you also to Jeremy for yesterday morning when my committee had to cancel its meeting on the spur of the moment when the town center was on backup power and without internet. He immediately went into action, mobilized his staff and the mayor, Jeff, to help with canceling and rescheduling. Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, finally, I'm involved in the Geologic Safety Committee's review of the draft safety element. Flooding hazard is in the purview of the Geologic Safety Committee as well as the Sustainability Committee. The draft safety element is currently written is designed to protect structures from protect structures that are in particular FEMA flood zones. This approach may dot the I's and cross the T's for state regulators, but it's not clear that it will really protect our homes when we're going to have even more serious storm systems and more serious flooding than we've already seen. I'd like to see the new safety element written to protect our homes in reality, not simply to satisfy regulators and maintain consistency with the new housing element. It has to do those 2 things, but I want to see it to do the third, which is actually protect our homes. I'm proposing collecting and compiling locations and photographs of our flooded areas or nearly flooded areas in the recent storms, and combining these with problem spots or public works people know about, then adding these areas to the areas already specified in the safety element. I can put out a request on PV Forum, but I'd need a little help from the staff. It'd be really helpful if staff could issue a similar communication asking for locations and photos, and if Public Works were willing to help with the list of problem locations. So council could help perhaps direct staff. Jeremy, if you're willing to help with that, that would be great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nan. Next up is Christy Corley. Christy, go ahead.
Thank you. And we can only see 3 of you. I'd love to see 5 of you, if possible. I have some concerns in the consent agenda of D and G, which I will bring up later. I requested earlier today to be able to listen to the half of the interviews that I was unable to hear on Monday. I hit recording. I went to government, and then I went to town council, and then I went to minutes, agendas, and recordings. I hit the word recording, and I could not listen to the 3 interviews that I wanted to listen to before the meeting tonight, so I can get a full picture of who's applying. So that was super disappointing to me, that if we're going to have the word recording, I just assume it's going to be there. So I wrote a letter to 4 of you at 5:51, hoping to get it. And I kept clicking it for the last hour, and I still was not able to see half of the interviews. So I'm wondering if you can go through all the recording clicks, and then I started clicking on the others, and there are some recordings there and some recordings not there. So I am uninformed as to half of the interviews at this moment. And I know you are going to be voting tonight, and I find that disappointing. So I feel denied being able to listen, even though I'm not going to be voting on it as a public member. I feel like I want to get to know the people who will be serving for us. It also seems there was an extension to the application process by 2 days. And 3 people came in after the deadline of 12:20. And I'm wondering how that was communicated to the rest of the residents. Maybe there was more people that wanted to apply. And those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. John Silver. Go ahead.
Mute. Unmute.
Yep.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, having lived through some really bad storms, and I think it was my first term in mayor that we had our first really bad El Nino storm. And I discovered there was a report that the town council had commissioned when I was in high school called the Drainage Study, which showed that in a really bad storm, a lot of our culverts weren't going to do the job. And, you know, it was a lesson. I had tried to be a responsible public official, but I didn't know to go back and dig up things that were written before I was old enough to vote. Well, I did read a lot of things, but I didn't know that study was there. Long story short, bad storms are not new. Landslides are not new. Flooding is not new. Thank God we have a lot less of it because we replaced most of the, or all of the inadequate infrastructure the town of Turtle Valley inherited from San Mateo County. It took passing a utilities users tax, which is still on the book, to be able to afford to do that. It was not an easy process. But I will say that the spirit of Portola, volunteerism, competent staff, and good professionals have got us through things even worse than what we're going through right now, though this is right up there. I have a well in my backyard. In a really wet year, the groundwater is up almost at the surface of the ground. And last I looked, it was 2.5 feet below. So it's going to get worse in the days ahead, but we've been here before and the human race has survived. Thank God for competent volunteers, competent staff, and dedicated people that will work when it's wet and dark outside to clear all kinds of blockages. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I concur with that, especially staff's action. Next up is 7562, which I believe is Carolyn. Carolyn, go ahead.
Good evening. Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you very much for listening to my comments. Like many residents, I do have concerns about the applicants, and I see too many repetitive applicants on our committee. So we need full representation of the town, and therefore I'm hoping that town council will choose new people who submitted their applications to the open seats. Thank you. Myself, I was also disappointed that I could not hear or listen to the recording of the interviews. And otherwise, yeah, for the consent agenda, I have concerns and hope to address those as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Okay, I see one more hand up, and that's Bob Adams. Bob, go ahead.
Yes, three things. First, thank you for you guys for what you do. I know it'll be a long meeting tonight, and I appreciate all the work that you go to make this something that's workable for all of us. Second, Jeff, you're still a little bit quiet on your microphone, and I'm not sure what the problem is, but for some reason, all the people on the outside that are speaking on Zoom can hear fine, but you're very soft, and I'm not sure why. Third, we only do see 3 of you, so whatever you guys can do to broaden the scope of the camera, that would be great. And fourth, I guess, and last, somebody's there. I'm not sure who that is. Is that Craig? Craig, are you there?
I'm here. I'm
Nice,
here.
nice.
Yeah.
All right.
All here. Yeah.
Nice to see you guys. And last, and this is the first time I've seen it, but I'm very appreciative. I thank you. I thank whoever did this. Oh, look at this. I can see two more. I thank you guys for having closed caption on this, on the video. It is really helpful and it's pretty accurate, actually. So thank you very much for whoever did that. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Jeremy.
Through the chair, I want to just address the comment associated with the camera. We will work with our consultant to see if we can set this up a little bit differently. It has a relationship to which mics are being used, and I'd like to work with them to see if we can default to the broader. Thank you.
Yeah, the cameras turn on based on which microphone goes, and they don't always catch who's actually talking. So yeah, it's a little frustrating. We'll see what we can do. Thanks. Did anybody in the audience here have a public comment they wanted to? No? You guys all good? Okay. There are 3 people in the audience tonight, just for those of you who can't see them at home. I actually just wanted to echo a couple of comments. Sorry, I was setting the timer myself, which is why I keep forgetting to turn it off. So, all right. I wanted to echo the comments of just to this is we've had storms before. This is probably as severe and one of the most, in my memory, one of the longest, most intense and sort of severe ones we've had. And staff has been on top of everything. We can't clear everything all at once, but done a really good job of responding and keeping things. Staff has been doing a tremendous amount of work, and that starts with Jeremy. It goes through Howard and the public works staff in particular, and our volunteers. The Public Works Committee, Bob Boyle in particular, has been out driving around and keeping an eye on things, but others have as well. Sorry for neglecting names, but thank you all. We're not through this yet, but I feel like we've between the town, the fire department, the sheriff's office, we're managing this fairly well. So thank you all.
I've added, we even deployed CERT for one day.
Oh, did you? Okay, yeah. And I will stay close to the microphone, so hopefully you at home can hear me.
We are hearing that people can hear you now, Jeff.
Good.
As they say in the
Good.
commercials.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
So through the chair, before we move on,
Please,
can I ask, one of the things that came up in the public comment, can I ask a question about that?
you can ask a question. We
Okay.
can't take action, but
Yeah, I don't want to, so, and it's directed to you, Jeremy, on this audit question, which keeps coming up. And I understand we're sort of waiting for some non-financial thing to come back. Do we have some kind of date that we can tell people?
I am excited to share this evening that
Excellent.
the FY 1920 audit is complete. It will be posted online no later than tomorrow morning with the accompanying non-financial documents. And the Finance Committee is going to be meeting next Wednesday. That's January 18th, I believe at 3:15 p.m. We hope everyone will come out to see that and participate in the other discussions. Thank you for allowing me to share that.
Great, that's awesome.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
In terms of when the audio or the recordings get posted, is there any comment that you have, or can you report back another meeting on how that works? Because I'm hearing that from time to time.
Yeah, thank you, Member Haskell. Is it related to the posting from Monday? It was just a staff mix-up on it having not been put up. So it should be put up immediately once we realize it was not up. Generally speaking, as it relates to council meetings, we try to put them up the next day. They're typically up Thursday mornings. And when it comes to committees, usually what Carrie Chin, our communications management analyst, does is put those up on every Thursday as they come in. We're going to have an internal conversation to see if that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. In that case, we will move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda items are usually approved at once unless something is pulled by a council member. Only a council member can pull a consent agenda, but I will take comment now on any comments from the public on any item on the consent agenda. We will take it now. I see Rita's hand is up. Rita, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I strongly feel that items D and G should be pulled and discussed with the, with the residents and by the council. D, just giving blanket signing approval when items that have not been discussed thoroughly with the residents, we're not getting updates clearly on videos and in a thorough comments and minutes. And these are important things that the residents really want to hear about and be part of, and not just have people make decisions that should be the decisions of the residents and have things be signing off and moving forward, especially with no financial accountability. It's nice to hear that the audit from 2020 is being done, finished, but it is January 2023. What about all the other ones? And for item G, I participate in a lot of the committee meetings. And item G, this particular person that is represented it in the consent agenda, item G, does not seem to have the bandwidth to it's just one person on a committee. And I strongly feel that it would be a disservice to the community. I appreciate the person's volunteerism, but perhaps there are other options with the community that we can choose to do instead of moving forward with item G. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Carolyn Vertonghen. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Thank you very much. As well, just like Rita, I would like to discuss or pull, well, I cannot pull, but I hope that the town council will discuss item D and G. For some reason that it said in the document that staff has already arranged to extend the agreement with ACD, and that's unusual for Portola Valley. So why do we have to sign a resolution now after everything has been already discussed and compromised? That should have come before you made a decision or before staff makes decisions. I believe that the general plan in the handbook really confirms that this is a town where it's governed by residents, and many of us put our volunteerism in, and we offer the time. We're not always chosen. We wonder why. But so, there are several issues, and definitely the language that is in that resolution, all contracts. If I can remind the town council that the documents that were sent to ACD in December 2021 were incorrect, and that caused a petition of a third of the population. Only those residents we could reach within 1 month. And for item G, we love this person very much, but if you have a committee member who constantly says that there was a lack of time due to family commitment, then there should be a balance. We appreciate you commit to a committee, but you have to also anticipate that there are family obligations. And that's why I want to make sure that the town council looks back at all the interviews and make sure that the people who offered her or send in their application are selected, or that you select the right people who can uphold their commitment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carolyn. Leslie Price is next. Leslie, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Again, I'm going back to point G, following the other two speakers. This is an individual who is a real asset to the town and wants to contribute and put her time in, and God bless, we don't have enough of those people. But that said, the committee seats that are open are very, very important. And as of December, this person was saying on meetings that she didn't have enough time due to her young family, which makes perfect sense, to catch up with all the finance committee stuff where the missing audits are, and is now asking to be on another committee. I would encourage strongly the town council to broaden committee representation and add people who haven't been on town councils before, to avoid any appearance of favoritism and to broaden just the representation within town. More voices equals, more brilliant input from the town. We have a lot of great people. It'd be great to hear from a lot of them. So I encourage you to select from some of the newer applicants, or people who are new to town, or people who haven't served on a committee for a while, rather than doubling up people on committees. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other hands on Zoom. Anyone in the public want to comment on the consent agenda? Betsy, please.
Thank you. Is it on?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for taking my comments. I too would be interested in hearing the council's discussions on item D and G. Rationale has been fairly expressed previously. I think in item D that this may be an appropriate measure to bring forward to the council at a later date, but at this particular time when we have not passed the original contract yet, to be casting forward to contract amendments. I think that establishing a more robust grounding of where we are and concluding that piece of work and building the community trust so that we have a sense of where we're rolling to as we go through the 2-year sunrise period, I'd feel more comfortable circling back with this proposal at a later date, if it's appropriate then. And as for item G, really, I think it gets down to principle of succession planning within committees without respect to the noble offer to up a volunteerism on the behalf of one person. I think it's important that we circle back to committees and try to recruit from within and refresh that chair position so that we spread out institutional knowledge as we can. And if that effort has taken place, I would want to have a fuller discussion amongst council members of how heavily recruited the other members of each committee were before we decided that we needed to appoint one person as chair to more than one committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Betsy. Christy Corley's hand is now up. Christy, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm interested in having D and G discussed further. We have a committee handbook, and any adjustments I'd like to hear our council talk about the pros and cons of both D and G. Thank you.
Okay, Karen Askey has her hand up. Karen, go ahead.
Happy New Year, everybody. I just wanted to second what we've heard from other residents, and I think Betsy Morgenthaler said it more eloquently than me, that I'd like to see those items pulled. Thank you.
Okay, Greg has his hand up. Greg, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Jeff. We couldn't. So the Zoom viewers could not see the previous speaker or know her identity. That's all. So it would be great if you could announce who is speaking. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, it was Betsy Morgenthaler. Sorry, I didn't notice that the camera hadn't switched. So I don't know why that happened.
We can only see the three of you.
Yeah, I see it now. I didn't switch. Okay, it was Betsy Morgenthaler.
Thank you.
Nice. Okay, I see no other hands up. So I'll bring it back to the council. Does anyone want to pull an item from the consent agenda?
I'd like to pull G.
Okay. We'll pull item G.
I'd like to pull D
All right, we'll pull D.
and A, a
Okay.
quick.
Okay, so we are pulling items A, D, and G from the agenda. I will take a motion to approve the remaining items by consent.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, moved by Haskell, seconded by Taylor. We are a roll call vote to approve items B, C, E, F, B, C, E, and F. Melissa, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Councilmember Hufty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernikoff,
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to item A, which is minutes, and I believe Councilman Pasco had some corrections.
Yes, my specialty. Greg Frank Wood is Greg Franklin unless somebody tells me otherwise. And Bob is Bob Adams unless somebody tells me otherwise. And if that's kind of an issue that maybe he didn't want his last name known, he can weigh in, but those were my only corrections. And I think those happen a couple of times in there.
Okay, yes, I see that. Thank you. Any other corrections to minutes? If not, I will take a motion to approve the minutes, item 4A.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Wernikoff, seconded by Taylor. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Councilmember Hufty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernikoff,
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item 4D. Jeremy, do you want to speak to this one?
Sure, through the chair. This is,
I'm sorry, I
oh,
can
Laura's
speak
there.
to this if you want me to, Jeremy.
Oh, please, Laura. Thank you.
Okay, so this item is specifically related to the SB2 grant. And in 2019, the council adopted a resolution authorizing the town to enter into an agreement with HCD for this grant and authorize the town manager to apply and sign for and enter into the contract with HCD. At that time, we didn't know for sure what the amount of the grant was going to be because of the way that they were distributing the grants. So there wasn't a final dollar amount yet. Some of it was kind of like a by right. If you applied for it, you got it. And part of it was competitive, as my memory recalls. And so at that time, we didn't know the exact dollar amount of the grant, but we needed the council authorization to be able to move forward because of the council schedule and the grant application deadline. The council appointed a subcommittee of 2 members to work with staff to finalize that application. And those steps happened at that time back in the fall of 2019. We submitted the grant application and it was successful as expected. So we have had on the books with HCD this grant in those funds all of that time since early 2020 when all of that was finalized. So then we've been working on various parts of implementing the housing strategic plan and, as you know, the housing element. And we thought all was well with our SB2 grant. Then on December 23rd, right before we closed down for the holiday break, we heard from HCD that they would not accept our original resolution from 2019 because it did not have a grant amount in it. It just had like an X, like a placeholder for a grant amount. So they told us that that was not acceptable for their bookkeeping purposes. So I left the Kohl's where I was shopping for pajamas for my sister, went back home, sent an email up to HCD and begged them to not cancel our grant for $160,000. They received my email. I gave them the whole explanation. I sent them the town's minutes, staff report, resolutions, and explained everything that happened to them, to us in the process, and suggested to them that they had accepted the resolution once before and couldn't they accept it one more time. They replied back after Christmas, I believe on the 27th, and said that they were not going to cancel our grant, but that they wanted us to adopt a new resolution, specifically with the dollar amount and authorizing the town manager to execute that. So this is that resolution. It doesn't change anything about our grant. It just cleans up the paperwork from HCD's point of view. So from the town's point of view, it was always fine, but they just had a particular reading of their guidelines and needed a proper resolution in their mind, in their files. So the HCD has extended our timeline, but is hoping that the council will pass a new resolution as quickly as possible. The grant amount for this is $160,000. That's the same amount that it's been since 2019. HCD actually extended the grant timeline for this because so many cities were requesting to use these funds for their housing elements. And so the vast majority of this money is being used for the housing element. And that has been discussed at previous town council meetings when the council discussed the budget for the housing element. So the council has been aware of this grant through many previous discussions. So that's a summary of what this resolution includes. It doesn't change anybody's authority to do anything except to clean up the paperwork that HCD has requested. I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Are there questions from the council for Laura?
This seems like a rather broad authorization for a rather specific grant and now a specific amount. It says any and all contract amendments to the Department of Housing and Community Development. That doesn't sound quite consistent with just that one grant.
That's not what the resolution says. I mean, that's what the title says, but if you read the resolution, it is about the grant.
Is there a question here?
Did
I
read
have-
it?
I have one following on from what she said, because if you look at the resolution, it says we're approving the application, the grant documents, and any amendments thereto. And was the application, do we actually need to be reapproving the application itself here? I just need a confirmation.
So I will chime in on that issue. You will start to see a lot of these types of resolutions that are drafted by other agencies, primarily state agencies. And the state involves a set of regulations and a built-in bureaucracy where they have templates for these types of resolutions. And if they see one variation to the template, they will not approve the grant. So these templates have been around for years, and they could, particularly state agencies tend to recycle them. And this language is pretty common. And sometimes the language does not apply to the particular grant that is involved, but the agency is just using its form template. And so at this point, and you might want to, if you have concerns about the broad wording, you could direct the town manager to check in with you before certain amendments are made. But I wouldn't recommend changing the actual language of the template.
In other words, in order to get HCD happy, we need to give them their language.
Exactly.
Okay, got it. Then I have the other question was more, we're extending until, I'm just scrolling down, sorry. We're extending until 6/24, but the requirement is that all the funds must be expended by December 31, 2023. Is that normal for this type of grant? I don't get the gap in timing.
Usually there's a big gap in timing because it takes HCD that long to process everything, and they want to leave a big lead time for them because they're processing these grants for every city and town in California.
Okay, thank you. I have a comment, but I assume we're
We'll do
waiting.
questions.
Yeah.
I'll do public comment. Any other questions for Laura or Cara on this? Okay. I will take a public comment here. Rita, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a question about the wording and what is the signing ability and the oversight. We seem to have an issue in our town with financial accountability. We're already taking money out of the reserves, and to have this be just to sign any amendments, I'm not questioning the town manager's approved signing level, but this seems to be like a mayor's level, vice mayor's level of signing ability without any oversight. And we don't have all of this stuff in place yet. So I just hope that we move cautiously with this and have perhaps a couple of the council members having some oversight into this, at least until we have our financial stability and not taking money out of the reserves and having the audit and the year-end financials for more than just, 2020 when it's January 2023. But I move cautiously with this, and I strongly encourage the town to move cautiously with this and have some type of oversight, because at the end of the day, this money belongs to the residents, and we're trying to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Hortongan, go ahead.
Thank you. Rita raised an interesting point, but I want to add to that. We have new council members, and I hope they will postpone this proposition, because we have an ACD agreement that was also going to be expiring in December. And I don't know what happened to that, but there's a big amount of money that was associated to that. And then, of course, when you go back to November 13, 2019, that specifically, and that is resolution number 2814-219, and that specifically has the wording, this is specifically for a grant. So I think this is too soon. I think new council members need to be informed of what really happened, because everything went so fast. And I hope you can extend it for the next town council until you guys know exactly what is happening. Because when you look at that grant, this, and you look at the minutes of that meeting in November, it says, this is a grant, but there are also real estate documents that are associated to this, and we don't know the details of that. So hopefully give the new town council members the time, and hopefully the sitting council members can inform you what really happens there before we make this important decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Does anyone in the audience have a comment on this? Okay. I'll bring it back for discussion. Does anybody?
I actually have a follow-up clarifying question. Laura, are we going to lose this money if we don't approve this tonight? Like, are we in a crunch for filling in this resolution?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's possible we could lose this money.
Yep. So can I comment?
Please.
Okay. So to me, I don't like the HCD language. It's too broad. But if we are able to say, because the thing that concerns me more is any amendments. And if this is their form template, so be it. I know you can't change the government, HCD in particular, I would imagine. But I would want to explore if we can have a guideline, rule, requirement that a subcommittee look at any amendments, because the concern is if it's like to correct the date, that's not a problem. But if it were to change amounts of money, if it were to change obligations attendant, I would want the town council to be informed and to weigh in. So I don't know how that would work, but that would be my suggestion.
Are you comfortable if you had a subcommittee that Jeremy could work with? I mean, so it doesn't have to come to a full council
Yeah.
of every.
Yes, I think a subcommittee, would it need to be two? Yeah.
Does have to do. Is that workable?
Yes.
Okay. And we can still pass this tonight without, with that in place as our.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Exactly what I-
If that
the idea.
satisfies you, then I can accept a motion on this.
Excuse me, do you want to pick a subcommittee?
Oh,
first?
yes, we should probably select this. Who,
Well, I suggested
I
it.
know
so-
one, I know one attorney on the town council
Yeah.
that should be involved.
but okay, yeah.
I'm happy
So
to.
Judith,
Yeah, I know one really naive person that wants, I could
You can share that role? Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Me and Mary.
So Judith and Mary will be the subcommittee. With that in place, I will take a motion.
I suggested that I'll move.
Okay, and a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Haskell, seconded by Taylor. We are approving the resolution with the establishment of a subcommittee to review changes to the contract when they come up. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Haskell,
Hi.
Councilmember Hefty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott,
Yes.
Mayor Alves.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item. Eight.
There's a request from the public that all members of the council speak directly into their mics, please.
All right. Was there?
Yeah.
Is there a report on item G?
Yeah, it's under H. Unfortunately, the
All right. I see- I
letters
see. Yeah, yeah, I
got stuck
see it
in
now.
here
Okay,
so that
I
it's
see.
all shifted by one. So
Okay.
use the
Um,
bookmark.
You want me to?
Do you want to speak to the chairman?
Sure, be happy to, through the chair. So late last year, Lucy was appointed chair of the Race and Equity Committee. As I understood at the time that that appointment was made, she was unaware that the the committee handbook had a language regarding, generally speaking, that there would only be a person could serve as chair of only one committee. I informed her of that and also let her know that the committee handbook had a dispensation opportunity that isn't particularly well defined. It's one sentence. And asked her if she would like me to bring that forward. She said she would. So that is the staff report that Melissa prepared for you today.
Are there any questions on that?
How many other people currently serve as chair of two committees?
None.
And my understanding was that nobody else in the committee volunteered for chair. Was that?
That's correct. And generally speaking, chairs are, once they're in place, they are very often cajoled, smiled into, and otherwise recommended to continue to serve. We do have a number of chairs, and I won't say a number, but we do have chairs. Dale Fowl comes to mind, who served more than the 2 years that the committee handbook suggests. We have not obviously pursued that because good chairs are hard to come by, and often people are not available to serve as chair.
Didn't Dale serve as chair of wildfire prep and EPC?
He was a vice chair.
He was never, I thought he exceeded a chair. He never became chair.
Nope.
Okay.
Had that happened,
So-
we would have brought forward the same.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
And how many members of the AACC or a member of a commission are also chair of a committee?
Give me a moment while I go through everyone.
Those chairs rotate every year, so it's a little, I mean, it's, but I can't think of off the top of my head.
Wait, no, but a member of a commission
Oh, member of
serving
commission
as a
chairs.
chair of a committee.
I cannot think of anyone.
We have two public comments. Looks like Lucy's here online. Lucy, go ahead.
Hey there. Yeah, this is Lucy Neely. I thought I would just offer some context on this agenda item. Obviously, I'm just going to tell my understanding of the experience that brought this agenda item to the council. So, you can know that it's my experience, but I'm, doing my best to offer it transparently. So when I decided to stay and live and try and make a future in Portola Valley about 5 years ago, I met with Ann Wangert and talked about what committee to join. And I ended up deciding on finance. And so I was on the committee. That was about 5 years ago. And then 2 years ago, I became chair 3 years ago because the chair then stepped down and nobody else would be chair. And I was the newest committee member, and I was very clear that I didn't need to be chair, but I was willing to do it. And so I became chair. And I have been chair of the finance committee now for 3 years. About a year and a half ago, I asked to step down as chair because my wife and I were expecting a newborn to join us, and I knew my bandwidth would be reduced, and I didn't think I'd be able to do as good of a job as chair of the finance committee. So I asked to step down as chair and for somebody else to step up as chair. But there were crickets. Nobody else volunteered in that situation to be chair. So I stayed on as chair. And just for context, on the finance committee, there's some really longstanding members, and it's not unusual for a member to be chair for 10 years because nobody else is willing to be chair, is my understanding. Anyway, so my daughter was born, and indeed my bandwidth was reduced. I wasn't able to do as good of a job as chair, just like I had anticipated. But now Ruth is almost a year old, and my family and I are back on our feet more, and I'd really appreciate the opportunity to continue for another year as chair. Just to end on more of a high or like a positive note in that experience instead of sort of like the wah-wah that I was trying to avoid. And also because I just think it's a really interesting and important moment for the finance committee. We've had a little bit of rough year with the audits and just really trying to get back on track. And I would like to have that opportunity. I was going to bring it up at the next finance meeting to, just basically share the same context with the committee and see what the committee's will was. And then the Race and Equity Committee was formed a year and a half ago. I was secretary the first year and a half. And then in our November meeting, the chair stepped down. Once again, who's going to be chair? I certainly wasn't angling for it, but it seemed to be the will of the committee. And my experience was that in that meeting, I checked in with the people that I thought would know about whether someone could be chair of two committees and understood that they could. So went forward with that. And the Race and Equity Committee is a young committee. I think it's still really finding its stride and it needs leadership to be successful. And nobody else wanted to be chair. And I'm willing to be chair. I think I have a certain familiarity and ease with town process that would help the committee to get its legs going. And I also just believe in the possibility and the vision of that committee and would be, happy to offer the leadership that I could there. And once again, it was because, everyone else, it was too busy or not interested or not experienced enough. So just felt like a way I could be of service. And then I heard from Jeremy a few weeks later that somebody could not be chair of two committees. So I went into discernment about what I would do there. And I decided that I would prefer to stay as the chair of the finance committee if I needed to choose one, for the reasons I described before. And then I heard, before I told Jeremy that, I heard from him, we could bring it to the town council. And I said, sure, let's try that. So that's the context for why the agenda item is on there. Thanks.
Thanks, Lucy. And thanks for all of your service to the town. Okay, Rita is here next. Rita, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for taking my comment. I appreciate anyone and everyone that volunteers in our lovely town. For the finance committee, I have been attending pretty much all of the meetings for the past couple of years and have made comments, public comments, and have sent messages letters to the town council. I have tried to send messages to the finance committee about audits for several years, about year-end financials for several years, not getting answers, minutes being not even incomplete, not updated at all. And recently at the October 21st meeting, 2022, the day before that meeting, there was over a year and a half worth of minutes that did not exist. And then suddenly, mid-time in the meeting, it's like, oh, check. And then they were there. And I don't know about you, but if you do minutes, a year and a half worth of minutes, and not in real time, you know, similar to the way the whole audit of doing it from 2019-20 now, it's just, you know, the town is called Portola Valley. It's not one particular person. And we need to put our best financial fiscal foot forward. There are exceptional people on that committee, and it should not be on one person. And we just need to do better. We need to do better fiscally. And there are other people on that committee, and I think that we just need to do better and tap into them. And I've asked for comments that I've sent to be spread with the committee. And I received a message back today saying that, yes, it was shared. And somebody said that someone made a comment saying that the public asked too many questions. Any committee and council, it is the right of the people in this town that pay taxes or just live here to be able to comment and ask a question in a committee. And I really think that we need to make some changes, and I am against moving forward with this particular item of a particular person being a chair of two committees. And hopefully the Finance Committee can be looked at, and I will be attending next week's meeting and, you know, suggest that we try to realign it in some way. Thank you.
Thank you. John Silver's got his hand up. Go ahead, John.
Thank you. The last speaker just said something that I think is particularly important. She said she objected to this particular person. And I think that is the issue here. If Lucy Neely's name was something different, there would be no objection. But because she has been outspoken about equality and many other things, she is being, she's looked askance on by some in our town. Now, I haven't had much experience with Lucy, but I did attend the interviews the other day, and I thought, my God, what a delightful young woman who actually enjoys public meetings. I rolled my eyes when I heard her say that, and is willing to do more. Now, I think it's clear that Lucy is not demanding to be chair of anything. Fine, encourage the committees to bring forward new chairs, but we don't have the luxury of turning away good volunteers. And the idea that someone should be barred from further service because they've already been serving is the silliest thing in the world. I mean, my God, former President John Quincy Adams served 40 years in the House of Representatives after he left the presidency. People today would say that shouldn't happen. I'm sorry, thank God it did happen. He served as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives. Herb Dengler was a member of our Conservation Committee for almost, from the founding of the town until Herb passed away, shortly before Herb passed away. Thank God he wasn't turned out. Thank God Stephen Curry isn't being turned out with the Warriors. Anyway, but I think we need to look at who is the best applicant, who will do the job. And sure, if we can get new people to come on board and other committee members to step up and be chair, great. Lucy is clearly not power hungry. She's just capable, sensible, and has a broad view of fairness. And it was so refreshing to hear her casually speak of her wife. I remember a time when for a woman to have a wife would have been a criminal offense. My sister and her wife were married in my backyard in 1986. Not a legal wedding, but one I was proud to host. They got married student housing at Escondido Village the following year, the first gay couple to our knowledge to get housing there. Thank God for pioneers like Lucy Neely.
Thank you, John. I see Carolyn Vertongen's hand up. Go ahead.
What a wonderful town we are. We have all our different perspectives. but I really think that the previous speaker misinterpreted Rita's comments. What I was going to say is, I find it strange that on January 10th, I printed out the calendar and there was no finance committee meeting plans at that time. So I thank the town council to understand this is urgent. We have been asking for data on several, well, for the last 2.5 years. We were promised that we would have quarterly meetings and reports, and that didn't happen. We're also dealing with a new government template or government program that was supposed to be so more transparent and so more easier to understand. And those of who, myself included, who have tried to understand, it seems to be more complicated, and we need transparency, and we would like to see accountability, because honestly, before this new OpenGov, I had no problems reading the financial reporting. There were no problems with the audits. And so it caused a little mistrust because of all the promises that were made and that were not fulfilled. So I'm looking forward to a new start, 2023, and hopefully we will hear a lot of good results at the next finance committee. If they're looking for candidates, please advertise and let us know what the commitment is, because it constantly changes with the finance committee. Like I said, in the last 2 years, there was a change that instead of, what was it, several meetings, and it was not really reported as a steady agenda. And then with the help of Vice Mayor Sarah Warnikoff, she really wanted to see what other cities are doing in quarterly meetings, and that didn't happen. So if we can establish this, and then we can know if the town and the residents can know what is required to attend these meetings or to volunteer at these meetings, we will be happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn. Lucy has her hand up one more time, since this sort of involves you.
Through the
Sorry. Yes.
through the chair, I think, I know this is regarding Lucy, but just if you'd like to do one comment per speaker.
Yeah, no, I.
Mayor's prerogative.
And yeah, normally we would. I'm letting Lucy speak again because this does actually concern her. So Lucy, go ahead if you want to speak again.
Hey there, thanks. Yeah, obviously there's you know, a lot of different responses I could think of to that commentary in dynamic ways if I had unlimited time. But the main thing I wanted to say is we have a finance committee meeting next Wednesday, the 18th at 3:15 p.m. And I think maybe like a compromise or a measure that could help this situation or all parties feel better is I'll just commit to putting on the agenda to discuss the chairship. And you know, candidly, I would share my perspective with the committee, but we can just, you know, see what the will and the wisdom of the committee is, because I'm open to not being chair, even though I have also expressed the preference that I would like to, because as the members of the public have described, and as I previously described, it's been a little bit of a rough year, and I had a baby and I'd love another year to end on a really good year, but can totally commit to, you know, putting on the agenda, and already was planning to discuss the chairship.
Thanks, Lucy. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Does anybody want to start a discussion on this?
I'm happy to.
Please.
Thank you for pulling this, because I was going to pull it also. I think my concern with this relates back to the strategic priorities list, and within the operations section, we have planned for this year, within the next 6 months, a process where we were going to be reviewing town committees and their operations and everything having to do the handbook. And I guess, I'm really looking forward to that process and I expect it to be pretty robust. And, the handbook currently says that we can do this on an exception, but for me, this just doesn't seem the time to make an exception when we're looking ahead to this process. And based on what I heard, I absolutely agree with all the amazing volunteering and support, Lucy, you've given the town. I think if you could prioritize and choose one over the other to be chair, that would then be, I assume, a forcing mechanism for whatever committee you don't choose to find a chair. And so that would be my perspective on the situation, and really the rationale being that I just kind of from a principled standpoint want to go through this committee process over the next 6 months. And I'll have more comments about that in my liaison upset or my council member update at the end.
Okay. Anybody else?
Sure. So I've got a broader sort of philosophical issue. I'm a big believer, particularly for our committees, in what I call term limits, which is both not having multiple chairs, but I also think we should be honoring the 2 years. The commitments I were on, we always rotated them. So I'm a little disappointed to hear in other committees we haven't been doing that. The reason I think it's so important is I've seen in volunteer organizations where somebody runs something for a long time and then they finally go, I've just had it. And they leave and nobody knows what to do because there's no institutional knowledge left. So I just fundamentally believe that we should be following the handbook as it is. And I like Lucy a lot. So, for me, this is completely not about Lucy. This is about sort of philosophically how we run our committees. So I feel pretty strongly that we should only have like one chair, a person being chair of one committee. And I also think we should look into how many chairs do we have that have been chairs for more than 2 years.
Well, I think that's just one of the many, many examples of inconsistencies we have across committees, which is just another reason why I think we're really ripe for looking through this and kind of getting, reviewing everything and starting to implement more consistency.
And I wasn't clear from what you were saying. I mean, is this a sort of revise the handbook, or is this just making sure that we're following what's in there?
No, it's definitely so. It initially started as an interest in updating the handbook because there's a lot of subjective stuff in there, and it's just not as tight, frankly, as it could be across the board. But my point of view, and I think at the time others as well, was kind of while we're doing that, this is a great opportunity to kind of take a step back. And there's been a lot of discussion about committees, and so to kind of make this the opportunity to review all those things. And even there's been discussion just to because I was going to talk about this at the end, I'll just do it now. Other thoughts were
Sorry, for the Brown Act, we're bleeding into a different topic.
Okay,
I just
all
want
right.
people focused. on
Okay,
this. It's
that's
not-
fine. I appreciate that. Sorry.
So specifically on this question of Lucy chairing two committees, are there other thoughts on this?
I would agree completely with Sarah's position. I think that there's an issue about committee management and about how you recruit committees that we need to look at. I know there are many people who could and would be able to help us with our finances. And I think that's our failing, I think. But also the internal recruiting from the members of the committee. They should be looking out for more members and organizing their leadership. So I think that is very important that we not change our regulation for this particularly for the finance committee. Is in a bit of a crisis.
Okay. Yeah, I don't believe that any one person should be chair of two committees. It's nothing to do with Lucy because she's been great. She's been volunteering. She's been collegial. It has nothing to do with a specific individual. It's an approach. And the handbook does underscore that. So I would keep consistent with the current handbook. I think it is a broader discussion of what else might we want to do. in terms of term limits, I think there are trade-offs myself. So I think that's a future discussion that should be more robust. So I would ask her to prioritize and, you know, let that committee that she does not prioritize, it'll give them an incentive for somebody to step forward. I mean, sometimes that's what people need too, is an incentive to, okay, someone's got to do it. And they can always come up with a deal that paying for 1 year is going to be passed on to the next person. So I would encourage that.
And I just wanted to add to that. I mean, I like Lucy's suggestion of putting it on the next finance committee agenda. I mean, because if there's somebody who's willing to step up, then that's another thing. But I mean, my other problem with this is I just don't know who's willing to step up. And we're being asked to, you know, approve one person for 2, but we don't even know what the options really are.
The only issue is she did say if she could choose one of the 2, she would choose to stay on finance. To Race and equity.
Right, but I'm not sure, like, if she's going to put it up on the agenda for the finance committee, presumably they've already said, we want you to be chair. But if they go, oh, well, you know, now I realize that, you know, there's this opportunity to be chair, maybe somebody else would step up as well. So I mean, generally, I'm assuming that's what happened anyway, but I don't know. This sort of guarantees that if she puts it on, because in all the committees I was ever on, that's what we always did, right? We always had a meeting, we said, hey, here's the situation, and we opened it up to everybody. Again, I'm assuming that happened, but this would sort of close out any ambiguity.
Okay. I hear a consensus here. I'm just going to say, I'm happy to review this and try to prevent it in the future, but I'm also concerned about the function of the committee itself. So I would be fine approving this with the understanding that we will seek to avoid these situations in the future. That's my 2 cents, but I'm 1 of 5. So we have, the item is to authorize her, so we can entertain a motion on it. We can, if no one moves in seconds, we do not vote on it, or we could, we can kind of handle this however you want. So if someone wants to make a motion one way or another, I guess now, unless there's more discussion, that would be the time.
I don't really have a motion to make myself. I think I would not approve. So
It sounds like, Greg, you agree with that, right? Okay, so it sounds like,
I wouldn't.
so what?
I would not make a motion.
Okay, so we do not have a motion.
I mean, I assume that's the right thing. If we don't have a motion, therefore it doesn't pass, or do you need a motion to
Here's
explicitly-
Melissa is on here. Maybe she can help us with this one.
If the consensus is to not approve, I would recommend making a motion and then possibly a second to deny item 5, 4G.
Okay, well, I would make that motion. I make a motion to deny 4G.
And I second that.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Councilmember Hefty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott.
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
No.
Motion
Passes.
Motion carries 4 to 1 for denial
Yes.
with Councilmember Alves opposed.
All right, thank you. That brings us to item 5, which is appointing commission members for the following: the Planning Commission. Okay, bear with me. This is going to be confusing and tortuous. All right. We interviewed on Monday. Apologies for the videos not being available, but the council was able to, I believe, get the information they needed, I assume. We have 2 short-term vacancies in the Planning Commission. One of the seats expires this December, so one of them is a 1-year appointment and the other one is a 2-year appointment. We then have 2 vacancies on ASCC. One of them is the same thing. One is a 1-year appointment and one is a 2-year appointment. So what I think I would do, since we've already asked the question, what I will start with is public comment on these. And so I'll start with public comment, and then we will have, we'll discuss it ourselves, and I'll walk through the process because it's a little complicated how we vote for people. And I'll explain that with the help of Cara, Jeremy, and probably others. So I will am I getting this right? I will start with public comment. Is that? That's what we decided?
Through the chair, can I make one suggestion? I think explaining the process to the public before they comment would be a good.
Okay.
Okay, just, I know it's complicated and stuff, but I just think that way people can comment on the process as well as the candidates. It feels to me, making it as open as we can.
To give you a moment, if I could ask a question, because some people have asked about deadlines and were applications submitted after a deadline, and were their applications submitted that did not arrive? So it would be good to clear up
I was
what
going to get to that. but
exists.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, sorry. if you
So
were-
no,
didn't need
that's
to.
fine to do it now. Okay. Melissa or Carr, did you want to comment on this question about the deadlines?
I can take the
Or
lead here.
Jeremy, do you
Yeah,
wanna-
why don't I start if that's okay, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. So during the process, we understood that one of the applicants had an interest to apply. We were expecting their application. Their application came in, Melissa, you can correct me if I'm wrong. The official application came in approximately 2 hours after the close of the losing my words here, at the deadline. Thank you. There was also Monday, there was a discussion by one of the applicants that there was a member of the public who had applied to, I believe that was the ASCC. That we have scoured our town center email looking for that email. We have not seen it at our end. We were given a copy of it from the person who was interested. That interest email was a one-line email, came in the day after the application closed, and we were not aware that this person was interested in being considered. Thank you.
So was it a full, you said it's a one-line application, so they didn't comply with the required submission?
If I recall, it simply said I would be interested in serving on the ASCC. Period.
It was a text message sent to the town, as I understand.
No, I believe it was an email. We have not been able to locate it. Melissa has been trying to find it, and we're not sure why it is not in our system. We saw a copy of an email sent to the town dated the 23rd that had no timestamp on it.
So we did not extend the deadline. We had one person who was already expressing interest and was just trying, and was 2 hours late, which we accepted, which is, we have the prerogative of accepting it. And given the comments on wanting to welcome more volunteers, I think we all agreed it's probably reasonable to do. So we have, that was people we got. We have one person who expressed interest. Well, we have one person that we learned about after the fact. And like Jeremy said, we don't know why that email didn't show up, but it didn't. And that person was not included part of it. I learned about that person about a week after the deadline had passed, or 10 days. Because a friend of theirs told me they told her to apply. Anyway, so right now we have five applications for the planning commission, two of the ASCC. My suggestion is that we move forward with the applications we have on hand, and that we, the person who we didn't get a chance to interview her. I think we owe it to the people who actually got their applications in to at least consider these tonight. That is I'm willing to discuss this, but it's my since we actually act on this tonight. We have the option of not filling a seat and reopening the process later if we got to the end and for some reason didn't want to fill one of the seats. We can always do that, and we could include this person. I also feel I'd say that rather than Mary made the suggestion that we consider PC applications for the ASCC. I would also suggest that if for some reason we didn't fill the ASCC seats, that we hold those off and just reopen the application, just on the off chance this one more person might get involved, and just give them one more chance to get involved. So that was my inclination. I just want to know if people agree with that.
I might need a reminder of which of the planning commission candidates was willing, if any.
There were a series.
Yeah, I need that refresher if somebody could help me out.
Yeah, Melissa can help.
I I thought it was partial responses at that point.
I think we ended up with a
Two different
full-
emails.
Did, oh, okay, my apologies.
Melissa, do you want to remind the council in the?
Yes,
public-
I can clarify. So during after the interviews ended, the council directed me to email all of the applicants to ask 2 questions. Would they be interested, if they weren't appointed to the body that they had like sent a letter of interest in, would they be interested in being appointed to the other body? So if you applied for ASCC, would you be interested in taking a seat for PC if applicable? And the second question was, did they have a preference on either seat or term length? And so I sent the email as instructed, and I received responses from each of the applicants. Mr. Carter War, he had applied for either already, so he is fine with either or, and he has no preference on seat or term length. Rebecca Flynn had applied for Planning Commission, but she said that either body is fine, but her top preference is for Planning Commission, and her preference is for a longer term seat. Ronnie Krasinski also applied for Planning Commission. His response said that he prefers Planning Commission, but he will accept an appointment to ASCC if needed. And he prefers longer term, but is fine with either. Lucy Neely had applied for ASCC, and that's Architectural Site Control Commission. She prefers ASCC, also prefers the December 2023 seat if possible, but she will accept the longer term if necessary. Karen Vatra had applied for Planning Commission. She is not interested in serving on ASCC and no preference on seat or term length. And Linda Brothers had applied for Planning Commission, not interested in serving on ASCC and prefers to have a 1-year term to start.
Thank you. Okay. So I will explain the process, just so people can comment on it. What I am proposing is that we listen to public comment, and then we're going to take the seats one at a time. So there's four seats we're filling because the terms and the commissions are different. So we start with any of them, but what I wanted to do was take nominations for each seat. So, you can nominate anyone for the seat. And, if all 5 get nominated, they all get nominated. But then we are voting. Cara, correct me if we talked about this for a while. Correct me if I get into this wrong. We have all the nominations, and then we basically, each of us votes for one of the nominated parties for the seat. So everybody has to get everyone has to be nominated and seconded to be in that selection for the seat. We then each name one person, and that'll be a roll call vote. And whoever gets, but I believe somebody needs to get 3 votes out of 5 to be in the seat. So we nominate, so if we get 1 seat, so let's say that we start with the 1-year planning PC term. We can nominate whoever we want, up to all 5 of them if we want. And then, but then if nobody gets the 3, we each vote for 1, because we're filling 1 seat. So if nobody gets 3 seats, then we vote again. Yeah, nobody gets 3 votes for 1 seat. We vote again.
So we're voting for each position.
We're going to vote for
completed.
each of the 4 seats.
Thank
Yeah. Okay. That is the process. I will take public comment. Does that make sense to
Can I
everyone?
ask a question? Did you
Yes.
guys consider just saying, okay, PC for like whatever the order is, here are the nominees for the planning commission, and then going through that process, and then once you have the nominees, then slot them into the 1-year term versus the 2-year term?
We did. That was my original idea, and I cannot remember now why we
I don't know
decided
why
the
that
other
just
way
feels
was.
it's less complicated.
Well, this, yeah, well,
Or if you have a point of view.
did we ever read, like, do you remember how did we end up here? I honestly don't remember. This has been so confusing.
Well, that's why, yeah.
Well, is that easier?
To me, it's more intuitive, but if
So,
I'm the
okay, so-
outlier, I'm
So vote for
totally
2,
fine
but
with
then,
it.
and then pick 2 and then slot them into the 2 seats.
No, I think you got it, Jeff.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So, okay, so we agree on that. If somebody says something, somebody makes other point in public comment, but that's, okay, so
Let's dive
we're
in.
all clear on that. I will now take the public comment, and then we'll come back to us for discussion and nominations and a vote. I see, okay, Betsy, we'll start with in the chamber here. Go ahead, Betsy. And if the camera doesn't switch, this is once again Betsy Morgan Taylor.
Yes, Betsy Morgan Taylor. Thank you, Mayor Else and Town Council members. First, I want to express my thanks to the collected applicants. I did attend the interview process. They were wonderful. Both the ASCC and the Planning Commission is so well served. They're such demanding jobs. We need good and willing public servants. So my thanks to each of you present and not present. It's my pleasure to stand before you in support of Linda Brothers for Planning Commissioner. That she is steeped in the environmental law and entitlement process, you know, and that in itself would bring substantial value to the commission. Yet she brings a good deal more, as I have gleaned in the past 6 months getting to know her. Town government is a team sport, and Linda Brothers is a team player. She brings an abundance of personal integrity, positive energy to what she does, collaborating with people, leaving respectful room for other contributors, taking her work seriously, but not herself seriously, are attributes that belong to her. It all adds up to what I'd call a natural leader. I think us incredibly fortunate that Linda is willing to serve, and it is my great hope that you will appoint her tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. I see 2 hands up from Zoom. Rita, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. And once again, I applaud all of the people that applied and sat through those interviews, you know, brave souls that are willing to volunteer in our wonderful community. Since I bought my property in 2009, I think it's been over 800 homes that have been sold or turned over in our town of 1,700 homes. And you know, there are many people that have been here a very, very long time, and they've been volunteering in the community. And there are also some new voices, new people that are in town. And, you know, just meeting Linda Brothers, I mean, just the wealth of her background and watching that interview, I just learned so much. And with all that we have on our plate concerning housing, you know, just these little legal things with CEQA, everything, you know, I just want to support her nomination to be on the planning and have that new, educated, competent, and like Betsy said, you know, that fun, taking things fun and but very seriously and very fair. And so fully support of her, and you know, and good luck to all the applicants, but bringing in some new ideas and some new voices. The next couple of years, these decisions that are currently on our platter are very, very important, and we need to tread carefully on how we are doing that and worry about who has to be heavily recused or who doesn't have the experience to do the hard work that needs to be done right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Next up is Carolyn Vertonghen. Carolyn, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for Betsy and for Rita describing the applicants. As I said before, I was unable to listen or to participate in the meeting and could not hear the interviews, but I reviewed the applications. I happened to have met Linda in the last 6 months, and I really only can say good things, and I hope that Town Council will vote her as the candidate for the Planning Commission. I also would like the Town Council to endorse Karen Vatra for the Planning Commission, and then another new member of Portola Valley, Ronnie for the planning or the ASCC since he's flexible. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Dale Fowl, go ahead.
Thank you. It took me a second to unmute. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Great. I would like to offer my support to Karen Batra. I served on the wildfire committee with Karen, and I didn't know her before that, but I found her to be extremely diligent, extremely hardworking. She always came prepared with her facts. She probably did more work than anyone I ever saw on that committee, digging into the details, even walking all the streets of Portola Valley, looking at shake roofs, looking at vegetation and so on. And so she really delves into the details. And I think that's something that we need very much on the planning commission, someone who's not going to shirk from the massive amount of information that gets presented and is available on almost every topic. And so I would very much support her. I do have to say that I never agreed with all of her positions or conclusions, but the fact that she does great work and a lot of diligence, you can't argue with her facts. So again, I support Karen Batra. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dale. And Leslie Price has her hand up. Go ahead, Leslie.
Hi, sorry, it took a minute to get unmuted. The last name is Crease too, just cause. I too want to throw my support behind Linda Brothers. She is the right person at this moment in the town's history. She is one of the most hardworking individuals you'll meet. She is well-schooled in the issues that our town is facing right now. She is an incredibly hard worker. She's eloquent. She's a team player. We would be fortunate to have her on a committee. And I echo the comments of Betsy as well about Linda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leslie. And Judith Murphy has her hand up. Judith, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Others have suggested that you move towards getting new faces. I think I totally agree with that. I think it's really important in the town government as a whole, especially with committees. I think it's not so true for commissions. I think commissions where there increased responsibility, especially planning, where you actually have some real capital P power in the town, that it's important that you get people who've cut their teeth in town, who've learned the history and the system on committees. However, occasionally there's an exceptional person whose experience outside of the town and whose ability to be a team player is a valid reason to make an exception. So in general, I would say when you're talking about planning commission, you should go with experience, but I appreciate that occasionally there's a person where you really should look at the person themselves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judith. I see no more hands raised in real life or on Zoom. Christy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we should ask each applicant if they've changed their mind in any way versus 1 year or 2 year terms, or whether they were either or. You know, sometimes people change their mind over time. I'm not sure this was really typed up in the agenda. I think I just heard it tonight for the first time. So I'm still thinking about it myself. I am in favor of Linda Brothers. I think she brings a lot of expertise to our town. And I think from what I've seen with Karen Batra, I think that she would be a good one as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Christy. Okay, that's the public comment. In terms of the preferences for terms, I believe we got that email today, so I believe it's current. And if anyone does, if someone wants to correct what we've read out, I will hear that. But I believe it's the best information. And we gathered that information after the meeting on Monday, just to make sure that we were sort of matching people as well as we could. But we can put them to either slot. Okay, so let me walk through this one more time. Mary.
Oh, I was just gonna move.
Okay,
down
well, so
It's
let me,
just going for the Dustin.
yeah, so, okay. It's the order here is for planning commission with I'm just gonna go in the order they're presented in the agenda. So the first seat we're voting on would be the planning commission. Once the first seat, the 1-year term, so the September 2023 expiration term, and I will take nominations for members now. Mary.
I nominate Linda Brother.
Okay. Is there a
Second.
Second from Fred. Okay, other nominations?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I have to cut in. I could not hear Councilmember Hufty.
I
She
nominated Linda Brothers.
Linda Brothers. Okay, thank you.
And it was seconded by Craig Taylor. Sarah?
I'd like to nominate Ronnie Krasinski.
Is there a second for Ryan? The 1-year term. Okay, there's not a second. I would like to nominate Rebecca Flynn. Is there a second for Rebecca?
I second.
Okay, so we have 2 nominees for the 1-year term. Is there any other nominee for the 1-year term?
I'll nominate Karen for the 1-year term.
Karen, nominate.
Karen.
Okay. You know what? I noticed her. I will withdraw my nomination because she prefers the longer term.
So what are you withdrawing now?
What's that?
What are you withdrawing?
I will withdraw Rebecca Flynn's nomination for this seat because she prefers the longer term seat.
Okay.
So we have Karen has been nominated. Do we have a second for Karen? We do not have a second for Karen. Okay, so we don't have we have Rebecca. Linda is so far our only nomination. Ronnie, right. Okay.
No, but we didn't get a second, did we?
Through the chair, Ronnie did not get a second.
Correct, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I will second Ronnie for this. So we have Linda and Ronnie for this. So now we have the nominees are Linda and Ronnie. I will take this. We now do a roll call vote. So you're picking one of those 2 people for the seat.
This is for the 1-year term for Planning Commission. Councilmember Haskell.
Linda Brothers.
That's what we're voting on, right? Are we voting on Linda?
Yes, yeah, it's Linda and
So
Ronnie.
So
are
it's
the
I,
choices
it's
for
I
this.
to this.
Oh, sorry.
No.
I.
No,
No,
we're
we're
voting.
voting. No, you're picking a
You
name.
just pick a name.
There's
Okay,
2,
great.
you're picking
Okay.
a name for the one.
Great.
So
Yeah.
you're picking one name.
Okay, so. and I'm-
Okay.
Right.
All right, I was right.
Excellent.
Councilmember Haskell voted for Linda. Councilmember Hufty.
Linda,
Councilmember Taylor.
Linda Brothers.
Vice Mayor Wernikoff.
Ronnie Krasinski.
Mayor Alves.
I'll vote for Linda as well.
The appointment for the 1-year term on Planning Commission goes to Linda Brothers with 4 votes.
Okay, congratulations. Okay, we have now moved on to Planning Commission, the 2-year term. And I will take nominations for that seat.
So I'd like to nominate Ronnie.
Okay, I will second that. Okay. Are there other nominations for the 2-year seat?
I will nominate Karen.
Okay, is there a second for Karen? Okay, I will nominate Rebecca for the 2-year term. Is there a second for Rebecca?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have nominated Ronnie and Ronnie Krasinski and Rebecca Flynn have been nominated for the 2-year term on the Planning Commission. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll nominate Carter.
Okay, is there a second for Carter?
Who?
Carter Wolf. For a second for Carter.
Becca?
I do know that. guy.
Is there a second?
Wait, just give me a second.
Okay.
Give me a second here. Okay, I'll second Carter.
Okay. So our nominees for the 2-year term on the planning commission are Ronnie Krasinski, Rebecca Flynn, and Carter Ward. Any discussion? Could discuss the last one, but- Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Haskell,
Carter Work.
Councilmember Hufty,
Carter War.
Councilmember Taylor,
Ronnie Kaczynski,
Vice Mayor Wernikoff,
Ronnie Krasinski.
Mayor Alves.
Ronnie Krasinski.
Okay, so the appointment for the 2-year seat for Planning Commission goes to Ronnie Krasinski with 3 votes to 2.
Okay, all right. Congratulations to Ronnie. Okay, that brings us to the ASCC vacancies, and now we're on the one-year term.
Good question.
Yeah.
One thing I thought we were gonna do is have a moment for discussion too.
Yes.
It's not a huge deal,
I
but
did
just
forget
for
that.
this round, just-
Yeah,
I
yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to
I
just
will add
explain my
that.
rationale a little bit.
Sorry, yeah.
It's not a big deal, but I'd like to have the
Yeah.
opportunity.
Okay.
Not for this round or?
for this coming round.
I would have
For the ASCC
preferred it,
I
but
meant
it's
to- I meant
okay,
to- I
not a
meant
big
to
deal.
Call for, I meant to ask if we want to discuss
Complicated,
this
it's
one.
okay.
There's no requirement to discuss it, but we could have had a brief discussion. But,
So when's it gonna happen, the discussion?
Okay,
About
we've
what?
moved on to ASCC. We are going to, the first nomination vote will be on the 1-year term for the ASCC. Before we nominate, we can have a discussion. So, Zena, did you want to bring something?
The
you
one
want to raise
comment
up?
I wanted to make, and I totally agree with all of the feedback about this candidate pool that we had. I mean, we were a little nervous about not hearing, not receiving any applications up till the wire. And then we ended up getting like a really amazing group. And so my perspective is all of these people would have been great. I think, I'm trying to kind of look at it like from a principled standpoint. In my thinking for my previous vote and the upcoming one is really going to be that I'm super sensitive to the potential need for recusals. I think in our community, given how tiny we are, along with how many complicated decisions we have going forward, it's important that everybody serving in these roles can participate to the best of their ability without recusals. So I just wanted to share that that's a huge part of my logic into the process.
That has been a concern for me as well.
Are we all allowed to make
Yes,
comments?
you can comment, yeah.
Okay, super. Yeah, I appreciate that. I will, having personal experience on recusals, urge people to realize they are going to happen and we shouldn't be looking at 1 or 2 issues when we're considering folks. We expect people to act responsibly and work with Cara to figure that out. So I don't like to presuppose who's going to have a conflict and to what degree. So that will be kind of where I'm coming from. We got to think bigger picture, longer term from my perspective, although there will be instances where it becomes problematic. I'm not saying there won't.
Craig, Mary, any comments? In addition to the recusals, I will point out, I have had concerns about conflicts of interest with certain candidates or potential perceived conflicts of interest. I think that's also important. Our integrity has been under a microscope for the last couple of years, and I just want to be cautious of that. So with that, we will move on to, we are now taking nominations and a vote on the 1-year ASCC term. Do you want to nominate?
Who do we have in the pool? Sorry.
The pool is Carter and Lucy.
And Rebecca, right?
Rebecca would be eligible. Rebecca is willing to, yes, Rebecca is eligible for that.
I have something, I want to raise a concern and I don't know if now is the time to discuss it or later. I do not think that people who are chairs of a committee should be on the ASCC. It can be managed, but for me, that's something that would greatly concern me. I don't know what to do with that, but
Okay.
I'll just put it out there.
I mean, can I say that I think we haven't done our due diligence on recruiting for ASCC.
So what are you suggesting? That we-
I think we should go back out and get a bigger pool.
So you want to put nobody on and just, okay. What do
Because
you guys think?
I mean, in the interest of, I think it's been a very stressful holiday. It was a tough time for people to get their enthusiasm up for applying. And we're trying to get more people engaged. Everybody is saying that there's interest out there that we're not tapping into. And I think we should at least give it 2 weeks to get, I don't think, as we pointed out, ASCC hasn't been meeting very much. Anyway, we need to revamp ASCC and really beef it up and make it happen. And I think we can do better. In light of what you just finished saying. I think as far as conflict of interest, we have big issues there. All of it.
I actually would be supportive of postponing this vote and extending the process for 2 additional reasons. One, the confusion from the one candidate that came in late. If that is a new community member who is passionate about this, I'd love to give that person the opportunity. Secondly, I'd love for the other people who did not get the planning commission role to be able to reconsider and recommit their interest, given now that they know what their options are. And I think the timing, the urgency for the ASCC to fill this seat is less so than the planning commission.
That is, yeah.
So I'd be supportive of that, Mary's suggestion.
Great.
So could I suggest procedurally that you ask for nominations for the 2 slots, and if we don't
Yeah.
get any candidates for either one, that will be the way we move on?
Okay, yes, that was. good.
Okay, good. Yeah, it just seems like that way we can
Okay.
stay with the procedure.
Yes,
on the
so,
agenda.
okay, so this is for the 1 year.
Does that work?
I don't.
I don't think that works.
It does, because if
Oh, nobody-
nobody
well, if-
nominates for either one,
But we're locking in if somebody does get
Yeah.
nominated. So I
We-
kind of feel like
Well,
I gotta,
but they have to get
but
3 votes.
I guess what we have to get 3 votes, yeah, so, well, if they don't get 3 votes, they don't.
honestly, I don't think that's fair because we're already putting our fingers on the scale for the next time. I mean, I don't know how I
It seems
forget.
cleaner. It seems cleaner to wait
Yeah.
to me.
Right, my problem is it's on our agenda. We have.
It is on the
We
agenda.
have a public agenda
Yes.
item here. And I think the cleanest way to get through that is for us to move forward with the nominations. And if there are none, we will get to the result, which I think we're going to get to.
Open it.
And then we'll reopen it, because
Yeah.
that's what we said. If we didn't fill the seats, we would reopen it. This is the natural way not to fill the seats. I feel like if we take
I'm
something
hearing
off
4
the
of you say
agenda.
you don't want to fill seats, which makes me think that nobody's going to get
That's
3
what I
or
think.
even 2 votes, so I would just.
Is that procedurally necessary? I mean, I take your point. It's agendized. Cara?
Here's Cara.
You're muted.
Thank you. I don't think it's procedurally necessary to do it that way. And the downside is that it may unintentionally give the current applicants the view that they would not be considered if they were to reapply. And I don't think that's the will of the council.
Okay. Is there any, do we have any, given that it's on the agenda, do we have to do something to dispose of this one?
No, you can just give direction to staff to re-advertise the recruitment and then express that the applicants who have applied are free to keep their application in or supplement it if they desire.
Okay, is that?
Yeah,
that's what
that
people wanna
makes
do?
sense.
Okay.
So do you want a motion to
Do
that
we
effect?
need a motion for that?
Yeah.
If so,
Yes.
can you-
Okay, then yes, we need a motion.
Okay, so I would make a motion that we postpone the appointment of the 2 ASCC commissioners until the next meeting. Is that seem like it's enough time, or do we need?
Want to reopen, if we want to reopen the recruitment, we probably need to give ourselves more than that.
That's what I'm, so that's kind of what I'm looking at my fellow council. So how much time do we want to reopen the application process for?
So we don't have to do the appointments at a regular meeting. Usually we would have done everything at the special meeting. I think that's
typically
just a
how
lot.
But do we
easier.
want to have another special meeting?
Well, we probably
have
have to
to
have a
do the
special meeting
interviews.
anyway to interview. We're not going to want to interview.
I see. Okay. All right. So
So we can schedule that. So we could do a 2-week, we could have a 2-week recruitment, and then we could schedule something between the, between the
Okay.
25th and the 11th.
okay. So my motion would be that we reopen the application period for 2 weeks from, 2 weeks from tonight. And then we schedule a special meeting as soon as practical after that. Does that capture?
Do you want to close it maybe like next Friday, like would 10 days be enough? Or do you really,
I was just trying to follow the sense of 2 weeks. I'm happy to make it 2.5 weeks. I mean, I don't think it's as urgent, but I just want to make sure everybody feels like they have time to get into this. So
I guess 2 weeks.
I'm comfortable either way, but I think that,
Let's just say 2 weeks.
yeah, I think that's,
So
May I step in, Mr. Mayor? I'm sorry. I don't want to complicate it more, but just I'm looking at the calendar. So if it was reopened today and ran through February 27th, Monday's a holiday, just as a reminder.
that'd be January.
This is January, goodness.
25th.
That's a very long recruitment. So January 27th is a Friday. We could run it through the 25th and then bring it forward the week of the 30th. It might be a little cleaner just to go ahead and run it through the end of the weeks. Sometimes that gets a little confusing for people when it's a midweek sort of thing. So if this is helpful, I would suggest reopening as of tomorrow, running through the 27th. And we will, through Melissa, work with the council on a special meeting the week of the 30th. That work?
Fine with that.
Does that give you enough time to publish if we're having a meeting on the 30th?
No, the week of the 30th. It won't be the 30th. We'll likely want to, so if we're publishing, let me think about this for just a moment.
Is there any reason not just make it, open it until the 25th? And that'll give you guys a couple of days to, get the stuff ready and publish it. And then we'll figure, Melissa can find a time we can all meet for the special meeting on the week of the 30th.
Melissa's going to comment here.
Through the chair, I did just want to note, I do think Jeremy is correct, just in my history with recruitments, which is too many. But I do want to note that it is best to end a recruitment at the end of a week on a Friday. That's typically when we get the most, is like usually towards the end of the week. If you cut it off midweek, somebody will eventually send one in at the end of the week, and then we're in the same situation of, well, it came in late, we're gonna include it. So I would recommend that. And for posting, unless we could always, since it is a special meeting, technically we can post 24 hours prior to that meeting. We're not bound to the 72-hour rule. So if we wanted to have a special meeting, I'm just throwing this out there, February 1st, which is on a Wednesday. I could post the packet on Monday, January 30th or January 31st. I would be able to do that. So I just wanted to kind of cut in to remind everybody of the 24-hour posting rule.
And through the chair, one other thing that we can do just to ensure that there's transparency. Cara and Melissa, please correct me if I'm speaking out of turn here. As we get applications, we could post them in lieu of putting them in a pack. Is that possible or is that not possible? Okay. I tried.
That's all right.
No, we typically don't do that. We keep the applications confidential until the recruitment has closed. But we can provide the names.
Could we
Names
post
are
them
public.
at 5 o'clock on Friday, so at least people have the weekend to look at them? And is that helpful? Is that too much?
I mean, if we know exactly like when we're going to do the meeting, I could definitely have an agenda queued up. That's no problem at all. It would look similar to the last one. for what the agenda that was on the 9th. It would just have a different date and different, just for ASCC. I could get it posted that Friday. I feel like I'm doing name that tune. I can name it in 2 tunes. Yeah, I could definitely have it posted that Friday.
Or through the chair, we could simply pick February 2nd, post Monday morning, and we've got 72 hours.
We could do that too.
So I'm comfortable with all that. I think though, yeah, so I will stay with the motion with the, we're opening the application period from now until the 27th of January. We'll close it, then Melissa will post it. One thing I would ask is, Melissa, would you give everybody who sends in an application a positive response that it was received? So that somebody who thinks they sent something in, if for some reason it doesn't get there, they can go, well, wow, it's Friday and I never heard back. Then I think at that point, it's on them to basically call you or send you another email saying, I sent something in, I haven't heard from you. So if you can commit to positively responding to everybody that sends their application in, I think that gets us around the public, perception. And also we don't have to post it publicly. You're just responding to the individuals.
Correct. Yes, I can do that.
One other question, a clarifying question that came up from some council members during this process. Do you wish to have the same structure that the interviews are on one day and the appointments at a future date, or would you prefer to do the appointments at the same meeting?
Right.
I'd rather. do it
Same
in the
time.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's how we've done it. in the past. We've always done that way.
So was there enough to that motion? Do I need to capture this, that we're doing the following week? We're going to basically have the interviews and the appointments?
What I've written down through the chairs, reopen the ACC recruitment until February 27th at 5 PM for interviews and appointments on February 2nd, time to be determined.
Yeah, well, I missed the February 2nd part.
That's the date of the special meeting.
February 2nd would be the day we would do the interview.
I guess I was being more flexible in saying it's going to be whatever date we post on Monday. Because I think Melissa needs to find out if everybody's available on the 2nd. So before we commit to the 2nd, let's just basically make sure we can get everybody in. I mean, what we did this last time is we kind of went through and had a poll to figure out which day. If she can post it on the 30th after asking everybody, when they're available.
I am.
Groundhog Day.
Craig, are you maybe worried about the candidates' availability though? Is that what you were? Yeah,
Yeah.
We may,
I agree with Craig. Let's just keep it flexible.
Yeah.
We're
No, that's good.
really getting into the.
Yeah, this is kind of getting in the weeds.
Weeds.
Yeah, exactly.
Big
This is
time.
getting to
Let's
be a
just
very
keep it-
long
We're-
motion.
We're keeping this open till the 27th. We're reopening the recruitment until the 27th and planning to schedule interviews and appointments at one special meeting the week of the 30th.
Perfect.
Yes, that would be my motion.
Everybody got that?
I second it.
Done. Sorry.
Roll call vote.
Jeff says, shoot me now.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Councilmember Hefty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott,
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you for your patience.
I had one, can I just do a discussion on that? Just one aspect of it, which is, when I was interviewed for the planning commission, the show was not judged in front of me. Is that, at the special meeting, one person came in and did the interviews and then they left and then the council voted on it and then they came out and
We have to do everything publicly. We
it
can't.
was not public then? You were
Well, I don't
there,
know how
Sarah.
I don't know how it was done
Sarah,
at that
you were,
point. but-
you were.
It was public meeting.
Yeah.
It just depends
Yeah.
on, it was in a different space, but it just depends on
And we
if
just
the
left,
audience was there. There was
and
no
just
Zoom.
voluntarily.
I don't think
Also,
we
there
did
was
any-
no Zoom and if people didn't show up, you wouldn't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah.
yeah, it was public.
that's right. No, it's always been a public. Yeah.
And
it's-
if you don't want to be there for the judging, you can just leave.
Yes, oh, yeah,
That's the point.
absolutely. Yeah.
It's raining today, so it isn't quite so inviting.
All right, okay. So, oh, yeah, it's 9 o'clock. We will take a short break and come back. It's 5 minutes. We'll come back at 9:10. Are on. We are, yeah, okay. We are on item 5B, which is council appointments to regional and local bodies for 2023. I asked everyone for their preferences. I actually did receive preferences from all 4 of my colleagues. I reworked this as best I could. I wanted to discuss all of this. There are 2 omissions that I know of. They're my mistakes. Well, one of them, one town and one regional. The town is the DEAI, the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committee, which was the purview of Marianne and John before they left, and no one reached out for. So, is anyone interested in being the liaison for that? I was sort of trying to manage my load. I feel like I'm taking on a fair amount here, but is anyone interested in liaison for the diversity, equity, and something in inclusion? I'm blanking on the
Race and equity.
version. Race and equity. Excuse me. Okay.
If it's helpful through the chair, they meet on Tuesday evenings, second Tuesday of the month at 6:30, I believe.
Second Tuesday, 6:30. Anyone?
Well, I can't do Thursday.
Tuesday. This is Tuesday.
No, yeah, but the library, and I'm up to, I think.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Say which one? The
So I think the library.
Friends of the Library. Oh, okay.
Through the chair, I apologize. I just need to remind everybody to please speak into the microphones. We're having trouble, especially Councilmember Hufty. Please, thank you.
I'm going to use his computer. I would do race and equity if I could get out of library.
Okay. So
Want to get out of the library? When do they meet?
Thursday.
And they're, I believe, quarterly. No, did they?
which
They
Friends
meet-
of the
okay,
Library
yeah.
is odd months last Thursday at 7:15 p.m. I actually have a conflict because that's when PCE meets. Okay, so I'm trying to just make notes of these. So Mary cannot do Friends of the Library, but is willing to do race and equity. Is that right? Okay. And
I'll do Friends of the Library. See.
okay, so somebody getting this, I can't take notes right now. Somebody, right?
I'll capture this.
Mary is going to do race and equity. Sarah is going to do Friends of the Library. One thing I wanted to point out, so we have several regional committees that Mary Ann was doing pretty much all the time. I took some of those and took them, put them basically under the mayor, thinking that things like Council of Cities and maybe CCAG might run with the mayor in future years. Doesn't have to, but I thought it might be just something where the mayor sort of does those regional, because they're sort of the face of the town for that year. I don't do the commission liaisons, you all do, but I don't. That's just sort of just a little bit of a compensation for this extra stuff that I am doing. If there's something, that's it. If there's something on my list anybody wants, I'm happy to. I took on CCAG partly just because I figured that I probably am the most familiar of the 5 of us with regional stuff at the moment. I hope that changes, but I thought I would just start there in that position, just having a little bit more background with it. Any other?
What was the one that you
Oh,
omitted?
sorry. Commute.org. So commute.org is it's a joint powers group. It's funded by a few different, it focuses on mobility issues, like sort of transit issues in the county. So basically sort of helping with carpooling or people getting on mass transit. They're basically trying to reduce vehicle miles traveled. That's their focus. And sorry, I just looked them up. I was trying to find that. Let me find that right now. Oh, okay, so. Marianne did that one, yeah. Okay, so the Board of Directors meets Thursdays at 8 a.m. And looks like even months. So it looks like they meet even every other month, Thursday at 8 a.m.
You know where they meet?
Let's- um,
Through the chair, commute.org, they meet in San Carlos.
San Carlos on those mornings.
At the Samtrans building, Melissa, probably?
Oh.
Yes,
right.
that is the Samtrans building.
It's building on just off Laurel Street in San Carlos.
One broad question, do you know if any of these are Zoom meetings and can we attend them as Zoom meetings once we go back to I mean, I'm trying to understand what our
Yeah.
official.
No, as it stands now, correct me if I'm wrong, we currently have to, they're, you have to attend in person.
Okay. I just was.
Yeah,
unclear.
that's,
yeah.
there's been talk of trying to fix it, trying to amend AB 2449 to allow for regional bodies, like not councils, but regional bodies to meet by Zoom. But as far as I know, we're still
Hasn't happened
have to
yet.
do it in person. So, yeah. Okay. I'll start out on commute.org and if no one wants it, it's just Thursday morning at 8. So it's,
You said every other.
it's
month?
every other month. So it's February, April, June, August at 8 a.m. in San Carlos. So,
I mean, you're doing a lot. I'm happy to take that on.
I was going to say, and alternatively, I would take that if somebody else would take Friends of the Library.
Oh, I'll take the library.
Okay. And I'll
you're
do
okay with that?
commute.
Okay. thank you.
It's at the same time commitment, right? It's just a different time of day.
And then you got to drive, you got the commute there.
Oh, and
But Friends of the Library, you have to drive also now.
Oh,
No, Friends of the Library is in town, right?
Oh, I
That's not-
didn't
that's
mean
not-
Friends of the
You have the
Library. I
library
meant-
JPA.
I meant, I'm sorry. I'm definitely already in for,
You're on the library.
I'm on the library, but it was the other library that,
Friends of the Library
is what-
is. a
The Joint
local-
Powers Authority, the county library.
Where is that meeting?
They hold that in San Mateo, where the juvenile hall facility is. That's what the library adjacent to that area. So it's off
Off of Tower Road.
Tower Road. Thank you.
So Judith, I'm flexible. It's Friends of the Library or commute.org. It's my understanding is they're the same time commitment. They both require travel. Just one's at,
I thought Friends of the Library was town.
Friends of the Library is town.
Right.
oh, I'm misunderstanding then. I thought it was the
There's
opposite of
library
that.
JPA and the Friends of the Library is a town committee
Yeah.
that meets
Which I
every
would
other.
be fine doing.
Okay.
That's what I
Friends of the
actually had
Library is
said I
every
wanted
other-
to do.
Oh,
Just so you
Friends of-
know,
Oh, I thought.
the
you-
one that was in town.
Right, you want
Oh,
to, you're
I
trying to
thought you said
see if you can trade for
library.
the library JPA.
I see. Okay.
Either way,
Oh,
this
it's
is
in
getting
Richmond.
complicated. My initial intent, and I misunderstood what the differences were. My initial
okay.
intent was the library here in town.
Yeah.
So I definitely do, I still have an interest in that. I'd be happy to also do the other library one. So I was flip-flopping. I didn't realize I had their names mixed up.
Okay. Are you okay with what you have? So, right, so you're on the library JPA on Mondays at 5, first Monday at 5,
Right,
and that's in San Mateo.
okay.
And
And I
then-
guess I did want to have Friends of the Library and Mary wanted to not have it. So I am,
Oh,
that's
So-
my understanding,
So
right?
town, because you're not a member of the town committees, but there's no reason why you couldn't attend those guys. The members of the Brown Act committee are supposed to be there in person, but as a liaison, you could, you're just
Yeah.
observing, but you're not actually. So
Mhm.
the town liaison committees, you could certainly attend those guys.
And is
Correct me
it,
if I'm wrong.
is attendance required?
That's a good question. I'd say, I mean, no, I'd say, I would say attendance is not required. It's just sort of, it's helpful. And, you know, if you're not going to attend the meetings, just sort of keep in touch with the
Right.
chair and just know,
We
just-
were sort of thinking of a before and after telephone calls being almost more helpful. with
Yeah.
The chair.
I mean, it depends on the committee. Sometimes it's helpful to be on, depends on, depending on the committee. So for certain committees, you could certainly either attend remotely or follow up by phone
Right.
call. Yeah.
Just making sure that you check in before.
But this
and
is
after.
for committees, whereas
This is
commissions,
Town committees.
right, but
you-
commissions,
you
we
have to
think
be,
that you
yeah.
should be there.
Yeah, commissions, yes.
Through the chair, it might be a conversation that council may want to have at a future point.
Yeah.
Each council member has approached the liaison responsibilities in different ways, and there may be some benefit to providing something consistent there. I know that some committees have relied on the liaisons for
Yeah.
a variety of things that other committees don't, and the experience tends to be wildly different.
This
That's something to think about.
This relates back also to the whole committee thing. It's another
Yeah.
item.
Yeah. I mean, we
Either
went.
way, oh, sorry.
Good.
Just kind of keeping focused on this list, I just wanted to clarify, I would
Yeah.
be both libraries, and so we still need a person to take on commute.org. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Through the chair, I believe
do have
the
a-
mayor sits, the mayor, I believe you volunteered for commute.org.
I can. do that. It would be helpful to have an alternate for it.
Happy to do the alternate.
Okay, so I will be the liaison for commute.org and Judith will be the alternate.
Ready for more possible changes?
Sure.
So Judith kindly was willing to trade the airport roundtable for the PCE alternate.
Alternate?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Steve, would you say that again? Craig?
So Judith and I are making a swap. I'm giving Judith the airport roundtable and she's giving me the PCE alternative. But, right, Pacific Clean Energy, Peninsula Clean Energy.
Yeah, I will continue as liaison for PCE, but do that.
No, I'm gonna be around. She's currently, you have her currently as the alternate.
Oh, that was a mistake. That was a mistake.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
thought,
okay.
yeah, because I thought you and I had talked about my being the
we had,
alternate.
and
yeah.
I,
It's all right. I mean, Judith
I'm
was,
yeah, no, I
fine.
screwed that up.
she
Okay.
was fine and
Either
and
way.
we got it figured out. We got your
Okay,
back. buddy.
Thank you, thank
Yeah,
you. Yeah,
no
that's what I
problem.
intended for that.
Oh, okay.
Actually, in airport. Okay, so you'll take airport?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
It's the alternate for the airport. right?
Actually, it's a
Yeah,
rep.
you're the
so-
rep.
It's a, oh, that's
Yeah.
fine.
So if you feel like I'm cheating you here,
And,
speak up. I didn't mean to. I
um,
would-
It's
yeah.
fine. It's fine.
And airport roundtable
I'll
is
do both of that.
every other Wednesday. It's not every month. So it's the first Wednesday of even months. So,
At 7
yeah,
PM.
yeah.
That was a good trade for you, Craig.
Is
Well,
it still controversial though? I mean, it used to, I know it's
Airport?
crazy for with a noise.
Oh, I
but-
didn't mean that. I meant the time commitment.
Oh, yeah, right. That's true.
Well,
That's
it's
true.
in
I-
Millbrae. is the
That
other
was-
thing, is the airport roundtable.
Millbrae.
When it goes live,
Yeah,
it'll be in
that's
Millbrae. I think. Airport. I've been doing it. It's contentious. I said, well, it's the FAA, so you sort of advise them on a lot of things and everything takes forever.
Yeah.
It's not, sometimes there's a lot of public comment.
Mhm.
So,
And through the chair, my understanding, it certainly at times it's been, some of the governance issues have been pretty convoluted and controversial about
that is,
other cities to
This is
include.
sounding better and
I
better.
know, I was gonna
Craig.
say.
We've sold it very well, right?
Thanks.
yeah.
So let me make this commitment to you. If it gets too crazy,
Yeah,
we'll figure out
we
how to,
can-
I'll figure out how to make it right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Share the burden.
All right. Any other? Okay.
It seemed to me I was going to apply for something like the one
Oh.
shore.
So there were, CCAG had a couple of committees that we were talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
You would need to be elected to those.
So I haven't applied yet.
Okay.
So I could go ahead. I mean, I just,
Yeah, so those were on the list because Mary Ann had gotten elected to them.
uh-huh.
And I mean, we can think about how to get you, and I mean, it's just, like, in my experience, it'd be difficult to get elected as sort of a new councilman, partly because no one knows you.
Uh-huh.
But it's something I would be happy to help you out in terms of navigating those if you want to.
And so I can just call you for that, or how do I do
Yeah,
get your
we can
help
sit
on
down.
that? Okay.
Yeah, we can sit down sometime. I mean, yeah, let me go to a CK, let me go to one of the board meetings, start there. And then
Okay.
just figure out where people are on.
I
that,
may
'cause
know more people than you think on me.
Well, I don't doubt it. I just don't, they might
Yeah.
not know that you're. a councilman.
Yeah,
I just-
they
I just-
won't know that I'm.
um, I don't know, off the top of my head, I don't know when.
I know that Save the Bay wanted me
Okay.
to run.
If you want to apply, you should just go through them and then there'd be an election at some point. We can talk about positioning. for the election.
Mr. Mayor, just to remind the council too, I serve on the administrative committee. So I'm the city manager that represents all the other city managers to set the agendas for CCAG. So just if I can be helpful
You
too,
can probably take care of it. Okay.
let me know how I can help.
I'm just also noticing the San Mateo County Libraries is at 5 on the first Monday and Parks and Recs is at 7:30. I don't know how long the San Mateo County Library.
They don't tend to last very long.
Okay.
It will not be 2.5 hour meetings.
Okay. So you can always revisit these. You can always, if you do want a reassignment, you can talk to each other and then talk to me, or actually probably should talk to me first. Just to avoid doing that. But
And one quick question, the liaison, if they can't make the meeting, then the alternate, like those two work it out.
if
between
the
them.
liaison, if you can't make the meeting and your liaison, try, we should talk to the alternate, see if they can make it.
Okay.
If they can make it, great. If not, I mean, we do miss meetings to happen.
Okay.
That's, yeah, just. go through the
Okay.
alternate. I mean, some of the regional stuff, there have quorum issues occasionally, so
Mhm.
you will get notices from chairs, from EDs or clerks elsewhere asking you to just confirm that you're going to be present for something. Just something to keep in mind. Okay, if we're all okay with
Is
that.
that a public comment issue or do we just move on?
I will take public comment on this. We're not taking an action, but I will take public
Yeah.
comment. So public, I see 2 hands up in the public. Patty Dews, go ahead.
Hi, excuse me, thank you. Hi, just a correction of the schedule. Parks and Rec meets on the 3rd Tuesday. So we obviously don't conflict with football. There's our primary goal.
3rd Tuesday, you said?
Yes.
Okay, that was, okay. Okay, thanks, Patty. Okay, and Carolyn Bertongan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think it would be helpful for the new town council members to get a list of all the joint power agreements that we have, that town council has approved in the last few years. So they understand how much the town contributes on an annual basis and what their responsibilities are. I think it's also important, as the manager just said, that he has certain positions on certain committees. We know of a few, but it's not always reported. So I would recommend that you ask him a list of what he represents. Yeah, it helps. And for Councilmember Haskell, there's a lot of residents who have been involved in the roundtable meetings, especially when we had the issues with noise and low-flying airplanes over Portola Valley. And the town management should give you the addresses and the contact information of all these residents. If you don't get them, I will be helpful to provide them to you. There's a lot of volunteers who are addressing issues in this town and in the greater region. So it's not always publicized, but we can always help you. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Caroline. Okay. If there's no other questions or discussions on the liaison list, we'll move on to, oh, Cara? You muted. Cara, you're on mute.
I apologize. I'd recommend you taking a vote on this. So it would be a motion to approve the mayor's list of appointments.
Thank you. Okay.
So move.
Go ahead. Well, I was just going to make a motion to approve the mayor's list of council liaison appointments
I'll
As
second it.
amended.
Yep.
as amended.
Second.
Just want to
or
second that?
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Moved by
Whoever.
Wernicott, seconded by Taylor. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Councilmember Hufty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott,
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay.
I have
Uh,
a quick, the handbook was in here. And I know we're probably going to talk about a little bit of that later, but the org chart in here is really strangely formatted.
Yes.
So I'm looking for, there it goes. See all these different,
Yeah, it's a mess.
it's a mess and it needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
If we could just make a note, I'm sure it's a glitch,
Yep.
right?
Okay.
This is
Noted.
part of Sarah's new initiative.
Well,
We'll get that
yeah.
org chart
This
straightened
one
out.
should be easy, yeah.
Okay, that does look wrong. Okay. We're moving on to item 6A, which, well, we have a series of, we have 5 colleague memos and 1 discussion item. So 6A is a colleague memo from me, and it was suggested changes to the committee and the outside meeting liaison reports. You have the memo in front of you. So what I wanted to suggest was just basically, because these meetings have been running longer, you know, we typically sort of towards the end of the meeting, we all started to go through our whatever meetings we've been to in the last couple of weeks and report on them verbally. I wanted to suggest that maybe we start submitting, you know, very short, and I mean really short, sort of summaries of the meetings. It could just be the meeting agenda with a few notes on it. Just highlighting things that you think are sort of relevant or salient to the rest of the council, the public. And then during the meeting, we would have the option of sort of, we'd come to that point, and if someone wanted to pull a report from a colleague, all of your meeting summaries would be in the packet, and they'd be there for people to read if they didn't stick around for that part of the meeting. And then we'd have the option of pulling and discussing things. Or if you went to a meeting, you really wanted to tell people about that particular meeting, you'd have the option of raising that. But it saves a little bit of time if there's nothing you feel like we need to sort of discuss in the meeting. It also there's a little bit of a written record so that the public, if they don't stick around, if it's midnight and we're talking about liaison reports and people have signed off, they can go back and look at the packet and see that they've got a report from the meeting. That was my suggestion. I just wanted just wanted if people were interested in that, I thought that was useful, have questions about it.
My question is on number 3, which is public comments would be taken on the full set of reported meetings. I wasn't quite sure how that differs from the current. Are you saying everybody goes and then at the very end, then the public gets to comment on all of them, or I'm not sure procedurally.
That's a good question. I was thinking it would be kind of like consent, where you sort of just ask people if they have any questions about them. I mean, we don't have to, you know, we could address them privately. We don't have to take them, but if people had questions about it before, or we could just walk through there and if we could discuss it ourselves, and then people could ask questions at the end of the whole thing. If we start, if there's 10 meetings in a packet and we take discussion after every one of them, I feel like that's going to take forever. But if we discuss whatever people want to discuss, you know, say we pull out 2 of them and discuss them, and then we could take public comment after we've discussed whatever we could discuss. And if nobody wants to pull anything, then we just say there's a public comment. But maybe we
How does it run now? Like
now, I just go down the line now and just say, what meetings have you been to? And everyone kind of just tells me what they've done.
but then the public comment
Public comments at the end.
so it would be the same. It
No,
would not
yes,
be a
yes, yeah.
change.
That wouldn't change, yeah.
Oh, okay.
The change would just be that if nobody felt they needed to share anything, we could just not have it. We wouldn't talk, but then we could still take questions.
And I like the idea of just setting it up like a consent agenda. So
Okay.
that we could pull reports we wanted to talk about, and otherwise we would just say, you know, we've approved the batch of these and off they go.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly just to have some record of the.
Sure.
Record is
Yeah.
great.
And again, it could be, I think it could be a very simple report. I mean, you could write a paragraph or 2 if you want, or you could just take that meeting's agenda and just annotated, however, whatever. I think there's no requirement for that, Jeremy.
No, requirement. I was just uh, listening to the conversation. I think we could actually, if we wanted to literally put it in the consent agenda, this is an item there, just be at the start of the meeting and sit at the end and have it there, just list them. If you wanted to do that too, not to make it more complicated.
I
but-
wouldn't do that
Not-
myself,
I-
just because I do want the ability to highlight and emphasize, and I would think it gets awkward to keep pulling that. I mean, I get your point. I'm all for efficiency, but
Someday again, I dream of a consent agenda that we just passed. Yeah. Someday.
Yeah,
Dream I have.
that'd
That's
be
our
more
goal.
selective.
Yeah, I like the idea of it separate also, because it doesn't, I don't think it slows things down terribly if we don't, I mean, if we don't. if
It's
there's
just a
nothing-
band. It's nice.
Yeah, okay. All right.
did you drop something here?
Yes, your
Oh,
thing.
I did
yeah.
see that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Was it
didn't-
important?
You know, that's a good question.
That's what I was going to ask
This
you.
is a reading through.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find my.
You could get the intent, but it did just sort of
Yeah,
die.
I did. Yeah, I saw that it cut off and I admit. Hold on, I'm looking at my.
While you were doing that, I have a question about the colleagues memos. Like, what are we supposed to do tonight with this? Is it,
It's a discussion.
okay,
And I think, I mean, do we have to, I don't think we have to vote on this. We could vote to implement this, I suppose, just to formalize
No,
it, but I-
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't feel like that this is a vote is necessary. I think this is just direction to council, to staff to set it up on the agenda and just gives guidance to the rest of the council members.
Correct.
Thank you.
Before we move on, one thought about the write-ups so that there's, I think it would be helpful for the public if there's consistency and even just in terms of reviewing one another's.
like a template.
Yeah, I think it would
Okay.
be helpful to have a template.
Okay.
The agenda doesn't serve as a template.
Maybe the agenda and then a template for like a one-page summary that accompanies the agenda. Because, yeah, I agree. It might be nice to have a standard.
I just think,
Yeah, so.
we can take a stab at,
Well,
over
how
time.
about, if it's okay with everyone, Sarah and I will draft like just a template so that you have something really easy to fill out after each meeting.
I'm not loving the idea of, I mean, I think if I attend a meeting and there's two things, I just want to report on the two things in 2 lines. And if there's a more meaty discussion, I can envision wanting more time. I don't know why it needs to be, I'd be open to looking at the template for sure.
I don't have a super strong
Yeah.
opinion about it,
Yeah.
honestly. I just
Yeah.
thought for people for reviewing, if there's consistency, there's going to be a lot of these reports. And so I just thought it would be
Yeah.
easier for people to
Well,
digest.
I
but-
think it would be helpful. Give it
Have
a
it, have it as a suggested template, but I'd rather have something than nothing. And I know from personal experience, the more paperwork I have to do, the more I might not.
Okay.
I might not have it ready for the submission date,
Okay.
that's my worry.
Okay, so we'll do something really simple.
Yeah.
And we'll start.
And flexible.
And we can forward it to you and you'll have it on file
Yeah.
to
Mhm.
use as you will.
Mhm.
And then maybe just monitor that for a while. And,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just found the remainder of your colleague's memo here, and I'll just read it out loud.
Okay.
I'll start at the bottom of page 1. It also has a potential to save time during meetings, as discussion would be limited to items that the council or public feel the need to highlight or discuss. I would like to discuss this during our next meeting. I realize it's a departure from a long established practice, and we should, of course, consider it fully before proceeding.
We can give it a try.
Yeah, I thought, let's try it. If you're and see how that. Okay. That's all I had for that one. Thank you.
And is there I mean, this and Sarah's, which is next, I think they're all starting to address the length of these meetings and the efficiency of these meetings.
Yes.
I'm wondering if there's not a larger item here, not for tonight, but just that we ought to decide, how do we make these meetings, maybe in consultation with the public, more efficient and effective? I think we'd all, I mean, I don't think there's anybody who would disagree with the principle.
Yeah.
We may not be able to figure out the implementation, but, I feel a little bit like we're chipping away at it here, which I'm fine with these because they're fairly small, but it feels like there's a bigger issue here we're really trying to get at, which is, how do we make these meetings efficient?
Agreed. Yeah, yeah.
So is that something maybe we should do a colleague's memo on or agendize for some other I mean, I don't know. I'm looking
Yeah,
for guidance,
yeah.
but it just feels like a larger issue.
Do you want to start on that one? Do you want, I mean, if you
You
want
could start there.
want somebody to.
Well,
could-
let's talk about it first, because I think, this year, we're going to
it's-
have a lot of,
Yeah,
I'm worried about shutting down, like, one efficiency would be to limit even more the public comment. And I don't want people in the public who are watching to think that that's
that's gonna be hard.
the goal.
Yeah,
We're
agreed.
not gonna, we're not gonna be able to do that. I do think things like this, though, like other similar adjustments we can do, but we're gonna have a priorities meeting in a few weeks, and I think, let's see if that rises. I'm not opposed to looking at it. I'm just concerned about the public perception that we want to just be so efficient at the price of what, and I don't want people to start getting concerned about less input, right?
Sure, no, I think we should come up with a proposal and then we should vet it. That's why I was saying, I think that the larger making these meetings efficient, I would do in consultation with the public, because I think that you're
Mhm.
absolutely right. I think everybody wants them to, including I mean, it's not just us, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
everybody who says, I can't stay at your meetings until midnight, I think would prefer if we had a meeting that ended earlier so they could attend it. So I see this as a positive for the public, but I'm completely with you. It cannot be, oh, well, we solved the problem by just eliminating public comment. That's
Well, we
definitely
couldn't do
not.
that anyway.
No, but
let's be clear.
but for sure, that wouldn't be where I'd want to
Yeah.
see us go.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So, all right, so we're on to 6B.
Which is a perfect segue.
The perfect segue to meeting start time. and this
Yeah,
is
so
from
I'm not
Sarah.
going to read through this. You guys have read it,
Yeah.
and really it's just a question to you all if you see there being value in starting an hour earlier,
Yeah.
particularly. I think for me, it's because also of the switch to more hybrid work and flexible work schedules. That gives the opportunity.
Yeah, I thought about this after we talked about it, and I gotta say, I have this little window, like I make dinner, I eat with my family about 6 or 6:15, and I have this little window where I spend with them before I come here, and I'm sort of, I mean, I might not be, I'm not sure if I'm the only one that feels that way. I kind of,
No, you're not.
and then I thought, if we start at 6 o'clock, maybe people get the energy to go longer. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
My
There's
wife
that.
actually suggested we move until like 8, so people will start like getting tired with it. But,
I mean, could I
mean,
propose we
what-
accept half of the proposal, which is we still maybe at 7, but we end at 10? I like that part.
Can't do that.
No, I'm just, but that was.
No, you can't do that.
no, we can't.
Um, And for what it's worth on the commute, I'm now actually required to go in 3 days. Like, they're amping it up
Yeah.
now on me, and I'm sure I'm not alone. Like, the public is also going to be experiencing this. So the need to eat, plus I can't guarantee that, I can be flexible. It's
Yeah.
difficult for me personally.
What about you guys? You have one way or the other?
I like Sarah's intent. I like the idea of trying to end earlier. I mean, I'm retired, so generally I could do 6, so I'm not opposed to 6, but I guess I can go either way, and I'm certainly respect my working colleagues. So, whatever you guys decide, I would gladly go on. What about you, Mary?
Well, I'm backing up Judith. If she can't do it, I
Well,
don't.
it's also the working public. Like,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
not only
absolutely.
me. It would be hard, but I can make things work. But I am worried that you're going to lose people who might be coming down from San Francisco, might have, because I don't think the hybrid work actually lessens. I don't think it's going to continue for all that long. I mean, in some form it will, but I don't think it's a solution for Wednesday night, because most of us are required to go in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. If we're going to go in 3 days a week, that's when we go. So.
I mean, full disclosure, I could make 6 o'clock, but I guess I feel like we moved it from 8 to 7 years ago.
Oh, wow.
We used to start at.
How long did they go?
And full disclosure, I tried this again last year too, and it
Oh.
failed. So I'm prepared for the failure, but I figured, maybe I'll come back.
That's
take
a
one more
hallmark.
crack next year.
Is your kid in school?
I don't work, like, for me, I prioritize kind of getting the meeting in at an earlier time versus
yeah.
if every other week I have to not have a meal with the family. I mean, I ate a granola bar on the way here tonight. It's fine for me, but everybody has their own priorities. So I completely respect that.
Yeah.
So if it's a no-go, no problem. I just thought I'd,
Okay. It
Try.
sounds like the consensus is keep it at 7.
all right,
Good try. And staff would probably
keep
prefer
trying.
earlier too, as courtesy.
staff did prefer earlier.
I prefer.
Oh, we would love a 9 a.m. on Wednesdays, but
A lot of
yeah.
night meetings.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's just that dead time between the end of the working day.
Just reflecting back on the conversation, it does sound like that there's an interest in, I think particularly Craig, in having this broader conversation about the meeting management, and in a colleague's memo is appropriate for any one member of the body to put that forward. I also feel as though that I have enough information that we could simply bring forward a study session that the council can have on this without any particular information provided in the packet, just because we're going to discuss different strategies. There are cities that basically stop at 11. They will not continue regardless, unless it's, really pressing matter, for instance.
Emergency.
So if that's the collective direction of the council, can work with the mayor and the vice mayor to find a date in the near future to have that study session.
But stopping at 11 sounds perfect.
I mean, once.
And it's
Just
it's an intent.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, I don't think now's the time to do that because we have such a
No,
substantive
Yeah.
Not right now,
issues. I wouldn't prioritize it. I'm open-minded about it eventually working its way in, but we have so much other
think-
material.
I think every time it would get prioritized that we have to continue if we did that,
Yeah.
like if we had a.
Is
discretion
anybody
to
else
con-
going to this Sacramento? Oh, you are? Because I'm sure we're going to learn all about how to make meetings more efficient there.
The Holy
Because
Grail.
no council in California goes past midnight regularly. Yeah.
Sure.
yeah. I have 2 comments from the public. Rita, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment on this. I don't know if you've listened to the news for businesses, but businesses in the Bay Area are requiring their employees to come in now, at least in person, 4 days a week. And I know, as of March 1st, the COVID guidelines and limitations will be lifted in the state of California. And as I mentioned earlier about the number of turnover of homes in Portola Valley, you may have noticed that the age group has gotten a little bit, the average age group has gotten a little lower. We have a lot of kids in school, and parents need to, for the parents, 7 p.m. is a really great time because the kids are fed, homework has started. So 7 p.m. is a great time for the meeting to start, and more people can participate. I'm not sure how many people are actually participating tonight because we do not have a count and it hasn't been mentioned. If there may be lower because it's 9:48, but if someone can mention it every so often, half hour or so, how many participants, it really would be appreciated because it lets the public that are sitting here in front of our computers know that we're not alone with our thoughts. But please, 7 p.m. And hybrid work situations are going to be less and less in the immediate future. And if you drive around at 9 a.m., you can see that the tides of changing and people are back in the office.
Thank you, Rita.
We have 24 attendees.
Yes, we have 24 attendees at the moment. And
Still have you on that, if you remind me about
And you can use the website. PV Rungi is still available. You can always click there and see who's online now and who has attended the meeting previously and left. So Don't forget about that. Okay, John Silver has a stand up. John, go ahead.
Thank you. As someone who's gone to, I used to do my council office hours where Roberts is now, but it was then John's Market. And I'd be trying to buy a leg of chicken and get home to cook it. I didn't own a microwave back in the olden days, and get to a meeting that started at 8. But I could not be rude to my constituents. So I would have a piece of whole wheat bread, toasted, get to a council meeting at 8. And there were more times than I want to remember where that meeting ended after 2 a.m. This is not ideal. And in addition, as a county planning commissioner, I would go to meetings that would start at 9 a.m. My longest meeting ended just before 11 p.m., but we were allowed to eat lunch and dinner, which otherwise it would have been sheer torture. But I think there are things that all of us can do to keep meetings. I agree with what the last speaker said. Excuse me, my allergies, I'm allergic to cats, but I have 2 of them because I love them so much. So I'm a little stuffed up right now. But I do think we as members of the public, I think it's a mistake to start meetings before 7. Even 7 times sometimes is a struggle for me, but then again, so is 1 a.m. So sooner is better, but I think 7 is a pretty good time. In addition, I think members of the public, we all could do more to keep meetings shorter. Oral communication should not, in a sensible system, shouldn't need to last more than 5 or 10 minutes because the council cannot act on things that are brought up under that. Think about it. Do you really need to bring something up that's not on the agenda and belabor the public and the council with this? Write a letter, ask to get it on a future agenda, bring it up at another time. But please, people like me and everyone else, try to keep oral communications to no more than 5 or 10 minutes. That would save us. To see oral communications go on for 45 minutes or an hour, it's horrendous. And, you know, a little more trust, a little less suspicion could make meetings a little less time consuming. Anyway, thank you so much for your service. I haven't eaten dinner yet either tonight. I hope all of you have. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Bob Adams.
Yes, I agree that some of the public comments sometimes get to be laborious, but at the same time, if there are 45 minutes of public comments, there's a lot of material in there and there are a lot of people that are engaged in order to do that. So I'd be careful about cutting back on the public comments, even though sometimes I agonize, and I'm sure that you do too on occasion. But I'm just hesitant to say, hey, you shouldn't have your say. And I agree that sometimes those says are things that don't get us very far. But overall, I think it's the right thing to do to give us a chance to speak.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, I see no other hands. It sounds like the consensus is to keep the meeting at 7 for the time being. So move on. That brings us to 6C, which is from Vice Mayor Wernickehoff. It's the Lifetime Achievement Award.
I have more luck with this one. I wanted one of this was, of course, to honor a lot of, the extremely dedicated volunteers since the town was founded. I reflect on the fact that I've only been doing this for 2 years, and we have some incredible people in this community who have been, supporting the community for 20 years plus. I also wanted to start off the year with something positive and recognizing, these people in our community. And so I'm putting this forward as an idea that is absolutely up for discussion in terms of how the approach would go. And the suggestions I have in here is basically just from me researching the approach that I saw for this type of award in other disciplines and organizations. And so the how, I'm super flexible about. It's really the intent that I'm hoping that we can get consensus on. So happy to discuss.
Sounds
Questions
great.
for Sarah or comments?
Did you have a?
I said it sounds great.
Oh, so I think it's great. I think to underscore the volunteerism and show appreciation. So I think it's a great suggestion. I have a concern, and since you're open to
Absolutely.
how, I would suggest considering. I'm not sure it makes sense myself to have these randomly appear with only 5 supporting letters. I'm wondering if this could be a yearly recognition, semi-annual, because I can see a lot of lobbying and a lot of, it can get, I don't know, I don't want to use the word political, but it could. And I think the spirit of just recognizing a selfless volunteer for the town is what I'm more focused on. And then the other thing is, I think the town council, while it's in while you're serving, plus pick your number of years, 3 years after, should be off limits, just because I think it looks bad.
Totally.
And we're
Absolutely
really
agree.
looking at encouraging
That's-
more general
Yeah,
volunteerism.
it's my concept of this wouldn't have even
Yeah.
considered
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
And I guess my thought was because this award would be extremely unique. It's not like volunteer of the year. And so what the intent of making it ad hoc was really for the spirit of identifying an exceptional person versus going
Oh.
out and taking like solicitations for an award that we have to fulfill annually. And that was kind of my thinking about it. That was the only reason why I was thinking of it that way.
Because I read the 5 supporting letters as saying, oh, you just need 5 supporting letters and then it's there. So I was a little unclear on how that worked.
Well, I think that the process, I think we should obviously definitely talk about.
Yeah.
This was one approach that I saw a couple of times when I was doing my research, so I just put it out under the starting discussion.
Okay.
I think the intent would be to have one person that might make an initial nomination. And they would identify potentially other people that would support that nomination. That's my understanding of how it was executed in these other processes. And I'm not married to any of this, like I've said, in terms of that process. What I don't want to have is have it be like an annual thing that is like required.
Oh, I
to
see.
fulfill.
Okay,
Like,
I got
wanted
it.
To feel exceptional and unique.
Okay. I don't quite know how to achieve that, but I agree with that.
And so this was one approach that I saw.
Yeah.
I don't know which organization it was.
So again, my question on what do we need to do here? Because I think I would support the concept. I want to think about the process a little bit more, but not a lot more. I think the exceptional piece is what I'm trying to figure out how to convey that, how to make it an exceptional recognition. Yeah, yeah.
In the interest of efficiency,
Yeah,
would you be comfortable with kind of approving the key elements of this in terms of the intent of the award, but then having maybe yourself and myself or somebody else work on those details outside of the meeting and just kind of bring it.
People come back to. Well,
Would
come
it
back
need to
the-
come back, or could it just be something that?
Well, what's, I
unless the-
mean, what is, I guess, what are we actually awarding? So there'd be like we have like a plaque?
We'd have to
or-
figure that out. I didn't want to get too into the weeds of all the details of that,
Yeah. I just feel like if it's, and if we were gonna like dedicate some space where we have like a list of, you know, like these names on the wall.
Well, I thought that something like that would be great, where
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
a, you know,
So it's
in
something where
town
we'd have to have there'd be
center.
a small budget for it, there'd be some,
Yeah.
there's somebody who'd have to, I mean, it probably has to come back to us to approve as a.
I
final
would
thing.
think that makes sense.
Sure.
Yeah.
But it could, but I like it a lot, so I would probably, I don't think I need a lot more detail either in terms of just having it fleshed out so that we could see it, what kind of consent agenda. And then we could maybe like, I don't know, we'd advertise it somewhere. We don't have to advertise it heavily. But just
Yeah, so
make sure
people are aware.
know You could do this if you wanted to.
Mhm.
Because I just don't want to see
Yeah,
30 applications come in a month after we finish.
That's true.
Yeah, so I think my thoughts on it is, I want to echo, we need to have some kind of standard. And you sort of, some of it sort of implied here, like 20 years or more of service, right? That's sort of an objective standard that you can look at.
Right.
So I think that's the only thing in my mind is that we try to think about, you know, are there some objective standards to how we award this thing? And I realize that, you know, every case is a little bit unique. But I'd like to see something like that so that, you know, people can say, well, how come I didn't get it and this other person did? And we ought to be able to say, well, I mean, here's the set of standards that we use. So if you guys do your little subcommittee, if you can think about that, I think that would be useful to the degree you can
Yeah.
come up with objective standards.
20 years is a pretty good thing.
It is,
Well,
absolutely.
uh,
No.
High bar.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I, that's what I kind of keyed me into this. I look at that and that sort of makes that person pretty exceptional right from the get-go. And so is there anything else like that that we want to put in here? And if, again, I would trust you guys to go come back, you know, give us some thought and come back. I didn't want
I
to.
did try to think through that, but it was hard because it's kind of like, if you get too detailed, then it's at the exclusion of certain people that would be deserving.
Yep.
So, but we can certainly.
Well, I was suggesting that perhaps this is not a town council level function, that you could actually, you know, might be another committee, or there might be other ways to hash out this. There's awards committee or awards subcommittee or something of Parks and Rec or something, but I'm not sure that town council needs to put this on their agenda. I mean, in the future.
But the only thing is, I mean, maybe the selection process, but I like the idea that this is coming from the council, that this acknowledgement is coming from the council
The
for
acknowledgement comes down from
somebody's
it.
service. So, yeah.
But the preparation of the collection of the documents, all that kind of stuff could be allocated to it. The organizations that I know that give a lot of awards have an awards committee. And I do it. Recommend it to, obviously, the president does the giving of the awards. Anyway, just another thought for your processing. You
Thank
might
you.
don't want to necessarily give yourself
Mhm.
more
Yep.
work.
So do we need a motion for the subcommittee? Just to basically go flesh
No.
this out? No? Okay, so I think that's what I was hearing. Yeah, that'd be great.
Back
Awesome.
refinements. Yep.
Check. Okay, we have public comment. Carolyn Bertongan.
Thank you very much. I hope that the town council will also consider if this is really the ethos of Portola Valley and belongs in the values. There's so many people who have contributed and have spent their time, whether you call it volunteerism or whatever, but there's many people who have supported this community and they do it in free will. And really, they don't want an honor. They don't want that special award because really the award itself is to help this community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Looks like that's our last one comment. So we'll move on to 6E, which is the general plan resident working group. Mary.
Thank you for tolerating my first attempt at a colleague's memo. it's something that I've been thinking about because there's so much enthusiasm for the general plan. And it's been put forward as a very complicated document. In fact, I think we can bring the entire town up to date on what's in the general plan by forming what I'm calling a general plan working group. I was impressed with Sarah's, I'm dropping that resident because I think we should have some representation from outside of the residents. I was impressed by Sarah's efforts with the ADU working group. And I think the fact that we got so many people applying from that committee for, I think the engagement of getting people involved. We already have a working group now working on the general plan, but I think we would love to have the blessing of the town council. And I don't think it would take a lot of staff time. I think it would save you potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in terms of, in many terms, in terms of staff time, et cetera, because we could bring a group, my thought, and so far the structure is that we would bring a group of about 15 people together casually. It would be in homes. People would take a section of there's 12 sections of the general plan. They would take sections and look at them closely and understand them well, understand them in relationship to state regulations, understand them in terms of our municipal code. And as we progress through this housing and safety element, they'll be able to see what how their particular section changes. Additionally, as we approach, so we're not going to be able to change anything in the housing and safety as we're right in the process, but we will know better how we can cope with the changes and retain the character of our town. So that's the one part. And the other part is that it prepares the community to deal with a general plan revision. We wouldn't be one of the people involved was Gary Nielsen, who was chairman of the general plan revision. And this wouldn't be a committee. This would just be an educational working group that would do writing for the staff, or would write up their impressions of what had happened and share it with the other people and see what we get for information. So that's where we are with it. And I'm hoping to get the endorsement and interest of the council so that we can at least be recognized as a working group.
Are there questions?
You obviously have questions. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'll defer to others if they want to start. Judith?
Well, I want to understand the scope. So I see in the next colleagues memo, there's a proposal for looking at the general plan going, what's going to change. I think my view is the council has to talk about that and refine the objectives and figure out a process. This might be a little premature if the premise is we are going to do that. But I think your point, Mary, if I understand it correctly, let me know, is you want the residents to be involved in reviewing and thinking about any proposed changes when and if.
Yes.
Okay, so you're not saying this has to start now. You're saying when and if. Here's a mechanism for the residents.
Well, I mean, there are things that are changing right now. Housing element.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think it just would be nice to hear that those who really care about the general plan are being heard.
So it's a mechanism to get input from the community.
Exactly. And
it's a mechanism to get reactions to specific changes that, like an example Anybody else have questions? I have a few comments, but I'll.
So you're saying perform as a writing group? But, well, you're saying they'd meet in people's houses, but this is, I mean, this would have to be a Brown Act body if they're gonna,
No, this is
drafting.
a working group.
so, but they're gonna, but they're actually gonna be writing draft changes to the general.
No, no, we would just, I mean, I would be happy to be the liaison. Would just be writing their impressions of what the changes are. They wouldn't change the general plan, nor would
Well,
they
they-
would,
they
they
would-
wouldn't have any influence on the general plan except increasing residential engagement.
Okay.
That's one clarifying
Please,
question.
yeah.
Are you talking in terms of, this is a follow-up on scope from Judith's question. In terms of scope, are you talking about just the immediate changes that are being proposed right now related to the housing element? Or are you talking about the broader general plan
That's right.
updates that we need to do, which will be a
Yes.
very large project?
So.
So is it A or B?
It's both. It's both. And the idea is we wouldn't necessarily have to have $100,000, many $100,000 project. If we brought along people and were well informed and understood what was going on, we'd right away we'd come at the whole general plan revision much better educated
Wait.
as
so
a
you want-
community.
Wait, now you're saying you want this group to actually be drafting the general plan because $100,000 are, okay, how are we avoiding? It sounds
We're
like you're
trying to
describing two things.
educate, we're trying to educate the residents and involve the residents.
Okay, so you've got a committee of 15 people and they,
The working group and people who are interested in one aspect could contribute and they wouldn't have to necessarily, attend every meeting even. It's a
What are they-
working group.
what are they producing then? Or what's their product?
It's called engagement.
Okay, but
Called a voice, a community voice.
so they discuss parts of the general plan, they talk to you about it and you report back to us, or do they? I mean,
Yeah,
okay. And they have input into.
it's
the
like
actual-
the general plan committee was in the old days, but that would not happen until the general plan committee would only happen when you were starting your major revision. This would be a training ground for those people so that you don't have what we had last time. We did the revision where we just sort of wildly chose the last person who came to town who didn't know how much work it was going to be.
Oh, so,
That's what
so
I was last
Mary, it sounds like you have step one is an educational function.
Yeah.
To allow people to exchange their views of the general plan, to familiarize them with it. Step two would then be when you have general plan issues going on, changes.
Right.
That those folks should be ahead of the curve in terms of getting up to speed, but not really mandated to participate, right? Because it's important to understand when there's a Brown Act
That's right. They're not
responsibility.
mandated to participate.
I mean, there's nothing stopping the people from doing this on their own right now, right? In fact, you
That's
said there's
correct.
a group of people that are already. doing
Yes,
it.
exactly.
So we don't need to, I mean, we don't really need.
We
to-
would like to have at least the ability to, I think it would be nice to advertise it as a volunteer opportunity and have the town help us put it out on the weekly news. But I don't think, and I think we probably end up needing about an hour a month of staff time if we were engaged actively in some particular thing. Otherwise, it's unlikely that we'd need any staff time.
What would the staff do? Go ahead. What would the
Well,
staff-
just if there's already, I've gotten letters from Laura about this. It's very helpful that she knows that there's an engaged group that are looking at the general.
Oh,
plan.
sure. I was just wondering if the group, like, if there was a plan, collect questions for Laura and she'd spend an hour responding or educating. Like, I'm just trying to, because it will be very important to understand the scope of the staff's
Yeah.
commitment, if any.
Yeah.
If any.
We may not need any.
Yeah.
And in fact, what we could do is come back as this idea develops and get more engagement or less engagement, depending on what the needs and the preference of staff and the council are.
So I love the idea of more working groups in town. I think it's a great way to get things accomplished
Me
for a
too.
variety of reasons. So I'm a big fan of that as a concept. I think I'm thinking about the ADU team, and I think they have been a really good model.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Have we moved off questions? Because if we're not doing questions at this
Oh.
point, we should do public comment.
Okay.
Sorry, Sarah.
Well, it is a question, actually. So sorry for the preamble, but my point being is in that scenario, there was a very specific task they had. It was to execute a survey. It was for a limited time. They were able to work independently. We went through a process where we interviewed candidates that were applying to be on the team. So there was a lot of kind of infrastructure around the whole thing. And so in reading what you're proposing, I guess I'm just feeling, I don't know what those,
Yeah,
like,
well,
what
I
are
would
the
definitely
objectives?
need
What
help.
is the process that you're proposing?
Yeah. So
What's-
I
what's the
am
end
looking
product?
for a partner on this, for sure. So I can understand better how the selection process would go and how it would seem to be more engaging. Get more people as opposed to just the people who are just really clamoring for this.
So Sarah, just to help me understand, was the ADU working group a Brown Act group?
No.
It's not.
Okay. So they were tasked with this survey. And that was it.
Their
Okay.
job was to put together the survey.
And execute it.
They had some support from the town. You know, the council approved the survey going out and approved some resources so they could mail it and everything. But it was, they were specifically assembled to put the survey together.
And did we, the council, put them together, or they just formed and we just looked at
No,
their
no, no, we had an
product?
application process. They applied, we had interviews, and then we ultimately, included all applicants.
So that's part of what we've talked about is getting applicants.
But I think the question is, what's the deliverable? This had a very specific focus and deliverable by this group. And I love the intent of the community input around the general plan, period, the end, but it's murky to me what the deliverable is for point, especially for the initial, like at this initial start, it makes a lot more sense to me as when we're doing the overhaul of the entire general plan. Right now, the short-term one is murky to me.
I think the short one may not be the important one.
But also, I'll suggest, if you're open to it, refining this, because I'm hearing an initial education, getting people off the ground. And the deliverable could be just a series of questions the public needs clarified. Like it could be to help get that direction on likes and don't like what do they need to understand in order to navigate the general plan, because it is a pretty
Very
complicated
much,
document.
yeah, long.
And to me, that's more an educational function, but it could still be a working group to keep it.
Yeah, I guess
Um,
there's things in here that concern me.
Yes,
Before we discuss
sure.
more, I should there's a
Yes,
couple of public
please do.
comments. So let's take public comment and then we'll come back to this discussion. So John Silver's had his hand up for a bit. John, go ahead.
Thank you. I've witnessed a number of major general plan reviews, one of them before I was on any town committee and continued on to after I'd been appointed to the Conservation Committee. And then I advised a group of citizens who were petitioning for a general plan review after I was on the council. And when I left the council, in late 1993, I volunteered to serve. I took part in a petition drive to encourage a full general plan review, and I volunteered to serve on the committee that was created. First of all, don't skimp on staff time for a volunteer committee, working group, whatever. You need the public to be educated. You don't do that without really good staff. George Mader and Tom Vlasic came to every meeting, one or the other came to every meeting of the General Plan Review Committee I served on in 94, 95. And, you know, the old saying, garbage in, garbage out, you need good information. You don't get that without competent staff members educating the public. This will not save money. It may cost money. It may be worth it, but spend the money and do it right. And I got a little confused. Any meeting the town sponsors should be at a public building, not in a private home. If I'm off the beam, forgive me. But I thought I heard, oh, this is unofficial, not a Brown Act. No, it should be a Brown Act thing in a public place. And, you know, anyway, thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay, Rita, go ahead.
Well, I find this very exciting. In the past couple of years with the housing element and safety element, there are a lot of people in the community that have taken it upon themselves to actually read through the general plan. And people have been discussing it, the people that have been around for a long time and the new people. And so it would be really great, not like as in a book club, but unofficial, just educating people, getting together. And if the town can give us space instead of having it in someone's home, that would be great. And it would be just a way for us to discuss it together. You know, maybe Nancy Lund can educate us on some of the things, some of the new people on different aspects of it. But I don't think we need it to be serious, but just as it's a beautiful document. It's a beautiful document, and it would be really great to just get together with other people and have people like Nancy Lund or some of the other old timers in town, not that they're old, but for them to come and say why something was important. And I think we could run it ourselves. It's exciting. And if the town can give us space to sit in together, you don't have to give us coffee, but that would be exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn, you're next. Carolyn, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the comments from the residents. I think in the last few years, many residents have become familiar with our general plan. And then we felt that staff is not following the guidelines of the general plan. And so that's why we are not comfortable with the process that they have put forward. They have been changing the housing element, and we don't appreciate that town council has approved town staff to take on that initiative, because we don't feel that they have a full understanding of the importance of the general plan that was adopted in 2015. And we feel that residents have a much better understanding. Staff, I mean, these might be good people and they might have great intentions, but they don't live in this town. We love this town. We want to preserve this town for many generations to come. And we understand the importance of this general plan because it was established not only by professionals, but residents. It was a very complex process because we knew that change was coming, and the guidelines prepared for this. And unfortunately, we feel that in the last few years, and I'm talking about probably 5 years, staff has not followed those guidelines. And so that's why we want to step in. We love this town, and we are prepared to volunteer and help you educate other residents and come to the best solutions, because we know change is coming, and we know that several elements of the general plan have to be updated, but the way it's going is not the right way. And so we want to help you, but it has to be different. It has to be done differently. We have to have accurate data, and so far staff has not produced the data that is reflecting the real aspects or the real data from Portola Valley. Thank you.
Okay, Leslie Crease.
Hi. The general plan is a beautifully written, complex set of interrelated moving parts. And having more residents up to speed on what those parts are and how they sing together can only help facilitate the ongoing discussions in town, which need to happen given that the general plan needs to be updated. I think this committee is or working group or whatever you want to call it, is a really wise idea and a forward-looking idea to help position the plan, help position the town, be able to roll into that plan with more people able to assist with it as those changes come up. It's a really smart idea. I hope the town council will consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. That's the public comment on this one. I'll bring it back to you for discussion.
All right, Mr. Mayor, there's one more hand.
Okay, Christie, go ahead.
Christie, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I am for this gathering of residents. I'm always for gathering of residents to work on projects such as when the Hawthorns came and we all sat at tables. My greatest community memories are being at the town center, sitting at tables with my community. So anytime we can do that and learn more, I'm all for it. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, now I believe we are done with the public comments, so we can continue our discussion.
I have a thought.
Yes.
It feels to me like the priorities that I'm hearing from you, Mary, are kind of community engagement and input and education. And
It also has to do with what's possible and what's not possible, so that people's expectations are set realistically.
and that would be part of the education. I assume.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So otherwise you did.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to do is just listen to that and maybe step away a little bit from the details that you put in your goals.
Thank you.
And then if we think about it in a part 1 versus part 2, because I agree, I think as Craig says, we have a part 2 coming up in the next agenda item, which is really a much more robust, comprehensive process that, we don't have the capacity to start right now because we need to get through the other priorities. And so what I'm wondering if you would be open to doing is bifurcating the two and kind of making this initial step into this be really about community engagement and education around the general plan. It's just a thought, a way to kind of get this group going. I liked Rita's, I was even thinking of this wording myself, but it's almost like a book club concept around, reviewing it, understanding it, debating it, that kind of thing. So that was my thinking. What I don't want to do, what I would be concerned about is mixing the two, because I think the second one is a different animal. And that group might
help.
very well be a huge part of that, but I don't want to mix
That's my
those two
point.
things.
I
at
know
this
that
point.
you don't want to mix those two things.
Right.
This is a different,
So Mary, would you be open to working on refining the stage 1 aspect?
Sure.
And focusing it on enabling discussions? I don't know if, Jeremy, we have a view on whether there's a town meeting room that, we can follow up on things like that. And then also we have to be careful with staff time, but I do think it's in everyone's interest for there to be education and an ability to have a narrow defined window of Q&A, maybe, if it makes sense. But I'd like to refine what that looks like so that we're realistic and like we all
Yeah.
feel like, yeah, we did that and we knew what we were doing.
Right.
And then I think we can see what to do with that group or how to integrate it. I mean, they'll integrate themselves once they're educated and
Yeah.
that'll be
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
But I do want to make sure, we remain flexible on the next steps because
Yeah.
we'll see it. when
So
we get there.
what's been the most engaging for people, I think, is the book club kind of
Yeah.
concept. In other words, I got the chapter on sustainability. I have the chapter on trails. I'm going to read through this, see what is actually current, what's already been done, and where we're going to go next. And what in the municipal code backs it up and what conflicts with it, and what in the state code backs it up and conflicts with it, just as you would a book, as you would be basically reading through a book, so that you can fact check and double check and do a little research around it, but have each of the chunks so that you're not just saying, well, I'm taking on the general plan. And for me, it's a huge help, because the idea of having a whole group where people really understood one particular aspect of it is going to be really interesting.
The
So
other
yes,
thing
that's
that
what
I
wanna
am
do.
super sensitive to is the staff time, though. I understand that you'll need some of that, but we really got to think through,
But
put a real.
You
tight
did
box
very
around that.
well with, I think, the ADU, and I've been.
It was tough, though. It took a lot of
Yeah.
coordination, and
Yeah.
it was.
No, I
a
feel
lot of
very strongly about
triaging.
not overdoing the staff time. To tell you the truth. Because, and I think it's part of the education, get people on their feet.
So I'd like to suggest, I'm very comfortable providing some real estate, a room for people to meet. I'd be fine providing staff for like an hour for oral question answers. What I don't want to turn this into is we can send you all the questions we ever think of and you need to answer them, because that becomes an infinite time sink.
No,
So-
that's where the writing comes in. In other words, they would give them to me and then I would, just like.
I'm
you did.
suggesting, no, I'm suggesting that we set up a series of meetings on each of the different sections of the general plan, and that we could basically commit to staff coming for an hour and answering questions, rather than submitting a bunch of written questions, which I think turns into a huge time sink. Whereas like Laura, I mean, I know Laura, like certainly on a bunch of planning commission stuff I've done, if you just sit her down, she knows this stuff and she can answer it. But if you ask her to say, okay, now I need to sit down and I need to write this thing up formally, it's way more work, and you're actually not getting that much more value out of it. So I, and again, I
So
defer
I'd say
to
1
Jeremy.
hour a month is what I was thinking.
Right, but I'm saying of oral, like
Yeah,
that she
just
shows up and
questions.
she talks to people, not that she
Listen to
is
people.
responsible for answering people's emails. That's all I'm
Guest
trying.
speaker at the book club.
Yeah, exactly. Guest
Yeah,
speaker at
guest
the book
speaker
club
at the-
would be a fine model, but that's because I really do. And then we can figure out the right number. I don't even want to get exact number, but I mean, Jeremy, does that seem like something we could work? Because I'm pretty sensitive about staff time. So I really do want to get this to be, like if Laura could show up for an hour and when she leaves, she's done. Like, she's done her commitment. No follow-up. We're like,
No.
we're done.
Guest speaker at the book club, I think. is
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
But, and then you'll have to be the gatekeeper for that, which.
What a few initial comments that I have. The Laura and her team in the next year have pretty significant projects in front of them. As you know, the safety element, Stanford Wedge project, any projects that have a relationship to the housing element, and the council has not provided direction to staff on when a potential general plan update would start. So that's a comment. I want to be very thoughtful about the role of staff and the import of staff's participation. And it's not just Laura. It also involves the town attorney. These issues, I've managed myself a general plan update for another city. These are incredibly complicated issues that require staff's participation at every step of the way for a whole host of reasons. And I don't want to, certainly I think would be advisable to consider what that may look like in a process such as this. I'll leave my comments at this point right now.
Can I suggest at least in my mind, the important thing is this is to educate residents. So this is not a general plan review. It's not a general plan review committee. It's, we're willing to dedicate a physical resource for them to meet in and a guest speaker to come talk to them as they educate themselves. And that's it. And it has, when we're ready to go do the comprehensive general plan review, all we've done is we have some educated residents around. That's great. We have no work product from them. We've helped educate them. And so I think the real question is, are we willing to commit to, and I'm fine whether one day, one guest speaker is Cara and one guest speaker is Laura. I mean, it absolutely does not have to be Laura all the time. It could even be other planners who just know, planning law. Yeah, if he's available. I mean, but if he wants to come be a guest speaker, I mean, but I'm okay with different guest speakers, but I'm trying to keep this it's about education. It's not about starting a review of the general plan.
To your point, I think we could even change the title to reflect that of the group, that it's an
Yeah.
educational group or something like that versus a general plan working group. So it's clear that that's what it's about.
Yeah, come learn about the general plan. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think come learn about the general plan is what we're talking about. We're talking about, I mean, let's study the general plan.
Right.
Let's read the general plan.
Right. So how to,
So I think the question that we're narrowing down to, I guess, for you, Jeremy, is providing a space for 1 hour a month.
Why is that? I mean, you've always met with the ADU, you've met in private homes.
Oh, I thought you were requesting a private space. I thought that's,
Well,
sorry,
no, that
I
came from
misunderstood.
Rita, but I think that's something that the group could
I
decide.
think symbolically, the town should support this by making space available unless there's a reason not to.
Yeah.
Myself. You don't have to use it.
Yeah.
They don't have to
it
use
doesn't
it.
have to be
That's the thing,
mandated.
but
Library?
I apologize through the chair. Is the intention to involve the public in every aspect of the discussion, or is the intention to have a group of people who will ultimately educate a broader?
That's right.
It's a discussion group where they have the opportunity to have a guest speaker that's on the staff for an hour with oral questions, Q&A. And then that's the extent of the staff. And the staff time would be, I don't know what, an hour a month, whatever. But it has
That's
to be
probably
very
about
targeted,
right.
very thoughtful, and they get to walk out when they're done.
Yeah.
And dust themselves
Give
off.
them stuff to
How
do.
often they meet and just talk about things
Oh,
is up to
true.
them.
True.
Right?
So it's 1 hour of staff time and the availability of space on the town center campus. So if they choose to meet there.
Well, there's certainly no issue with space. Like, I understand the group's been meeting already in public space in the Heritage Room, if I understand that correctly. So that's not an issue.
It's not been formally meeting, but
Yeah.
it's come up as part of my office hours. That's what it basically did.
Yeah,
As a
and I'm
request from the public.
to these. I'm happy to take this direction.
I'm very concerned about protecting staff time. I mean, it starts as an hour and then you can't finish everything and people get upset because the person left after an hour.
That'll
I
be
just-
Mary's.
I
That'll
worry.
be Mary's.
That's
It's
my
on- it's
job.
your
That's
head, yeah.
on me.
Okay.
That's on me.
And for instance, like with the ADU team, they never emailed Laura directly. Everything went through
That's
me.
that's the
And I
point.
bundled
Actually, I
everything.
think it decreases
even this,
the
we're not
amount
even
of
gonna have
time the
emails
staff
based on
requires. Because
Greg's
of that, you'd be, talk about public record, all those things. Having a forum to talk things through before the questions go to the staff is going to help a lot.
Is it helpful to refine this to be very targeted? it should be.
Yeah,
refined.
this,
Very
as it's
refined.
written. looks
Yeah.
very different than what we're talking about.
Yeah,
So I
exactly.
think,
Yeah. I think
But
it,
we're talking about it. That's good.
are you open to
I like it.
resubmitting? Okay. But I
I
think
like the changes.
we would like to write it down so that people know what it is and what it isn't.
So am I gonna
Boundaries.
resubmit another, I'm gonna,
Just
Uh,
as we're doing for mine, I would recommend
Okay.
updating your colleagues.
does somebody
memo
want to
and-
help me with
I
this?
will help you with
Oh,
this.
gee.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
Kari, did you have a comment? I saw you popped on it, not to put you on the spot, but
Yes, thank you. And I like the progress that's been made here. One of the things I was going to mention is as we embark on a more comprehensive general plan update, which is this obviously the subject of the second or the upcoming colleagues memo, is this concept of speaker series, educating the public, community engagement, et cetera, frequently comes up. And the model that I have seen is that you do have a series of subject matter discussions and policy exchanges that come up. And typically you don't want to restrict those conversations to just one group. And so you may want to think about, having meeting at a public site so that not only the working group can participate in those discussions, maybe the working group can facilitate those discussions, but other members of the public who are interested can also attend. So that would be just some input to think about in the next iteration.
Thank you, Cara.
That's
a good
even
idea.
more demanding, but yeah,
Yeah, but let's bring it back.
it's great. Thank you, Carol.
Okay, so we've got some direction there and. All right. Okay, that brings us to the next colleagues memo, which was written by Craig and myself on proposed council commitments to a post-adoption housing element process. Craig, do you want to spend this one?
Sure. So this is meant to be the first of at least 2 discussions and possibly more. So I think that, there's still details to be sorted out, but the general goal that I think is important is that we've got some real hard deadlines in the housing element. And there are real consequences for not passing the housing element under the deadlines. On the other hand, we have a lot of stuff that I think people are pretty frustrated with, and understandably so. And this was an attempt to say, look, we're going to meet our deadline because the state's kind of forcing us to meet our deadline. But at the same time, we're going to make a hard commitment to follow up so that it's not just, oh, we passed this thing and then we went on to do other things because we got busy. So it's, I guess in some ways, it's sort of a preemptive start on what are our priorities going forward in the coming year. That, I would like to see us, and this is what we're proposing here, is a bunch of these elements that we're going to go work on these, and we put some rough timeframes in here, but that eventually we want to, nail these things down. So I think that's generally the goal of this post-election. It's sort of making a hard commitment to the town, to the residents of the town, that we're going to follow up on the stuff that, because of this deadline, I feel like we're sort of giving a little bit short shrift. So that's the sort of broad picture. And then there's a bunch of specifics here, but and I think Jeff as well, we're both pretty open to discussing the specifics and we can work this out. So that's why I was saying, I think there's at least another meeting to what's missing here. What are the timeframes? Can we refine some of the timeframes? That kind of thing. So that would be my broad overview. If you have stuff you want to add to that, or is that?
Nope, I think that's the thinking. Question.
So I don't get it. I had expected when we discussed this, for this to be the post-adoption agenda, but it starts presupposing something the town council hasn't actually decided. Propose moving forward with a housing element as developed. incorporating new fire maps. I mean, all of this needs to be discussed in a normal noticed public meeting. And I don't think you're intending to circumvent that, but when I read it, honestly, it came over as that.
Okay.
And you got to be careful about the Brown Act. You also address the general plan comprehensive update. Way too early to be talking about how to do that and why. And as you said, it's on the upcoming agenda. Priorities need to be set, and I know that's a topic that we'll need to cover. But the part I expected was the follow up on the housing element. I really wasn't prepared for all the detail in here, so I'm frankly uncomfortable with the scope of this, and I'm wondering if it needs to be this broad. But I'm happy to discuss it, but it's not what I was expecting based on the discussion last time, where I think we were saying, well, there's some time, but we want to be ready and to get out of the gate right away, which I fully agree with, by the way. So I don't know. I had some pretty strong reaction to it, but let's talk about it.
Well, the safety section is much of it is things that we're already doing, right? And so it was sort of, part of this was just an acknowledgement of things that are happening. And like Craig said, we've had a lot of meetings on this and a lot of questions came up.
Yeah,
and people
yeah.
are like, I don't know when you talked
Yeah.
about this. And I don't even remember when we talked about things either.
Yeah.
And so this was part of this is just sort of an acknowledgement of things that we know are outstanding and will probably continue to be resolved. And so it wasn't
Agreed.
not so much that we're trying to recommend some new process here. What we're trying to do is just come up, this is a list of things. These are things that we need to,
Okay.
they're still ongoing. And we at one point, we're talking about like the evacuation capacity study. That's happening. EPC is taking the lead on that and they're working with
Yeah.
Fed Fire. The new fire maps, that is a public process and we're just waiting on those. It was sort of an acknowledgement as maybe that these are things
Okay.
that you have to,
Okay.
that this is the stuff that's just not done yet. And
But
it's-
it struck me as like assuming a lot, like it's incorporate the new fire maps as soon as they're available. We want and need the best fire maps. I agree, but like, is there a place, like, we don't know what they've looked at and exactly how, I don't. So it just seemed to be getting ahead. Like, of course, we'll have new fire maps, but we need to discuss them and figure
But
out
so,
how.
so let me maybe
Yeah.
put this in a little different context.
Yeah.
I see these are things that we're committing to put on a future agenda. Not that
Uh-huh,
these are a done
uh-huh,
deal,
uh-huh.
but that we will basically discuss the new fire maps for incorporation. So I mean, is that a better framing? In other words, I'm
Yeah.
not suggesting that
Yeah.
we're today voting on whether that they're
Yeah,
magically
okay,
incorporated.
okay.
I'm saying that we're committing to the public that we will address these issues. Right?
Okay.
And that's what I was after, is that we're going to address all these issues rather
Okay.
than, I think what I'm hearing you say is, oh, you're presupposing we've already approved these issues,
Right.
which I completely understand
Yeah,
your concern.
no, I'm like,
makes-
whoa,
yeah,
way
whoa,
too
yeah,
quickly. Like,
So-
and then the general plan to me, again, a sensitive issue. We know that's in the future. I'm not going to be surprised that that comes up, but to be as granular as this time frame, you are starting to get into, and here's how it's going to work.
Yeah.
And it's a little too far without enough discussion for me. But I like the idea and I fully support the idea of hitting the ground running. So for me, it's a balance
Yeah,
issue, right?
Yeah.
So-
I want people to know that we need to do a comprehensive review of the general plan. I mean, it came out of these comments. People have been asking us, well, when can we review the general plan? And we can't do it yet. And it's sort of, it's frustrating for me as well that we can't probably do it this fiscal year. And it's going to take time to get to that point. We just wanted to sort of put a place marker and say, we know we need to do this, just understand that we're committing ourselves to it, not necessarily in a timeline so much as this is when we think we could get
Yeah,
to it.
I just felt the burden of saying, well, I don't know that I agree with that time. Like it
Yeah.
put the burden on me as a new town council member to say, well, I don't know. I'm open-minded, but if I'm
Yeah.
going to be
Yeah.
approving this, I'm going to object to that because I don't have enough information yet. So I'm supportive of that, of talking about it. I'm still
Well, this is, I
wondering
mean,
about the scope, but anyway,
well, and Polly's memos are non-necessary, don't have to bind us to anything. This is just a sort of, we wanted to get
Discussion.
this, this is the only way the five of us can talk about something.
so it's a way to
Yeah.
open
So
the
it's just-
discussion.
It's just, these are
That's,
things, that we- this is a set
okay.
of things that we know are concerns from the public. We want people to, I mean, partly I just
Mhm.
want to have this conversation so that people see that we are actually trying to figure out.
But why do
Thank
you
you.
have in here, we propose moving forward with the housing element as it developed? You don't even have it finally recommended by the planning commission,
So
so.
I'm happy to get, I mean, again, I was just trying to get at the point is, we're under a tight deadline. And we know that, well, it's pretty obvious the housing element's going to get passed before we're going to get to a bunch of these other things that people have been asking us for.
Absolutely.
So that's what we were trying to get to with that phrasing. So
Okay.
I'm totally fine. I mean, help me rewrite the phrasing.
Yeah.
No problem.
Okay,
I
yeah,
mean,
all right.
I'm good with that. And I'm good with turn these into, we're committing to discuss these
Discuss,
things.
yeah.
Those are
Okay.
all good. The important thing though is I was after making sure that the residents could feel like it wasn't like, oh, sometime in the next 10 years, we might get
Agreed.
around to maybe thinking about this. So
Agreed.
that's why I was trying to put
Okay.
timeframes on this
Okay.
stuff, not to say, oh, absolutely, this committee will start its work in this fiscal thing, but
Okay.
that we will have a discussion about whether the general plan should be reviewed in this time. You know what I mean? So if you would be willing, I'd be willing to take another crack at this,
Yeah.
at putting it more in we're committing to discuss all these items.
Yeah.
That's fine with me. That's
For
really was,
agendization of
Of
these
this-
things in,
yes,
a sensible order.
I'm totally
Okay.
comfortable with that. I would ask that we go through the individual things here, because there may be things here that we say, no, I mean, no, let's not even ever consider agendizing these things.
Okay.
And I'm okay with that too. That was more what I was hoping
Okay,
we do
got
today is,
it.
is like, what do we want to try to commit to discussing,
Mhm.
right?
Can I ask a question before we get into that, though? So when I first heard of this idea, I loved it because obviously, given the way the housing element is written right now, we have a period where work was going to need to be done as a second phase.
Right.
And we had yet to define what that process and infrastructure was going to be. And so coming into this, I guess I kind of resonate a little bit with Judith's comments. I assumed the scope was going to be kind of tighter
Mm.
within that. So like if we get really detailed, we know one of the most controversial things in town is Ford Field.
Sure.
And so this 2-year period is say, okay, if we don't do that, what is our process to identify what that is? And what I worry with this is it feels like there's a lot in here. Some of it is stuff that's kind of already in process. Some of it is stuff that is going to be a big process like the general plan. And it's kind of all mixed together. And I personally feel like we need to stay, if we really want to fulfill our commitment of being productive during this sunrise window, I think we need to be really tight. It's getting, that's a real hard nut to crack. And it's going to need a very focused, tight effort in the clock is going to start ticking. And
Sure, and-
So
yeah,
my
there's-
recommendation, I guess my expectation was that was going to be the focus and now I'm not clear.
Okay, well, I mean, my immediate response would be, I absolutely agree that the follow-up in the housing element is the follow-up in the housing element.
Mhm.
The reason these other sections are here in my mind is we've gotten a lot of pushback of, well, the safety element should have been done before the housing element, right? I mean, and so the idea of the safety stuff was to say we're committing to, and again, a lot of this stuff is already in flight, but it was, we're committing to follow up on the safety things. We're not going to just pass a housing element, do some, and again, I'm going to put this in quotes, but do a half-ass safety element just to get it off our plate and move on. We're going to be serious about it. And the same thing with the general plan. I mean, we've got a lot of comments on the ISM&D, like, well, this really isn't good enough. And I appreciate people's point of view on that. And the idea of the general plan was, yeah, it's not great, but it's going to let us get the housing element approved. But we're going to follow up with a general plan review and an EIR, which is really what we need to do, rather than have a big debate over the ISM&D. Let's take all our, our treasure, so to speak, blood and treasure, and focus it on the general plan. So, I mean, that's why we sort of picked those 3 areas. They all feel related to the housing
I
element.
totally agree with
So that's,
Yeah.
I guess that's would be my answer is I felt like they all kind of belong together, but I'm open to try to.
So
Yeah,
an iteration on that is, I absolutely agree, they're all interrelated and they I do think the housing element, if this were my document and my proposal, I would really focus on that as the priority and that window of time and the detail and process around what that's going to look like. The other things are things we are also committing to that are important, related areas of discussion and work to do. But I feel like we need a tight box around the next steps on the housing element specifically, meaning the sites inventory, I guess. When I say housing element, that's what I'm thinking.
Sure, and there is a section, I mean, maybe it's not written as well as it could be, but I mean, that's that continue outreach to discuss changes, the element within the approved, framework, what can we change, what can't we change? How do we substitute sites? I mean, that was meant to get
Right.
at exactly what you're talking
Right.
about.
And so to me, that, I guess what I'm saying is I would prioritize that, refine that as tight as can be. And the other things are things that are also priorities I'm going to be working on. But for instance, the general plan is going to come later. The timing isn't as critical.
Yeah.
It's important to do, no doubt, but we're not on a ticking clock. And the
Yeah.
safety element is, a lot of that's already happening. And so I think my sense of what I'm hearing from you is you want a double down of commitment to addressing
Well, an
these
affirmation
bullets.
of things. I mean, we
Yeah.
have to adopt that.
Yeah.
We will have to adopt the fire code in the next couple of months. There's several other things that are they're non-negotiables. We just want to remind people that they're in
Right.
process and they're going to happen alongside.
And those, we have mentioned those so many times.
We
with the housing
have,
element, But
we
I
have,
agree,
but-
restate
but
it, but
you
I
gotta say
mean,
it,
it's in
yeah.
process, I guess.
And go ahead. once you suggest,
I have
please.
a suggestion, like just on the putting a magnifier around the housing element piece initially. I think it's going to be important on the hit the ground running to put a little bit more around the mechanism. I'd like to discuss that because I think it can be really good. I think the items that you have here make a lot of sense. It might be great to figure out how, and like, is it a subcommittee? Is it a broader committee? Is it a continuing committee? Because the outreach, as you've said, we have 2 years, and it might be that for a year there's nothing, and then there's something. So you might want to establish a body that has its 2-year mission to continue and updates. So I really like that, and I think that could be great.
My apologies to interrupt. I do think we've probably moved into discussion here instead of questions. So
Sorry,
we should,
thank you.
we should take
Thank you.
public comment.
Hard not
Sorry about that.
Honest. Yep.
Yes, I see one hand up. Bob Adams, go ahead.
Yes, the whole discussion astounds me. And the reason it astounds me is we have a plan that's supposed to be turned into HCD by 12/31. I haven't heard any discussion of what we're doing to get that plan done or what it's going to be. The way the memo was written, it appeared to be that you're going to turn in the old plan and just use that and maybe modify it after the fact. And that to me does not work very well. So I've got a couple of questions. One of them, and Sarah Wernikoff brought it up, was what's the site inventory going to be? Because that's a critical portion of it. We know that one piece of the site inventory was miscalculated. I'm interested to know how that's going to be handled. What zoning is got to be done before you turn in the housing plan? And none of your discussion so far has talked about this. To me, this is amazing that you take the time to talk about what you're going to do after the thing's turned in, but we don't know what we're going to turn in. At least the public does not know what you're going to turn in. So this is a big concern. And I guess also what's going to be included in the plan. I'd like to know kind of what isn't going to be there and what is going to be there. So we have an idea of what the hell's going on. Excuse me, what the heck's going on?
That's fair.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Rita, you're next.
Yeah, I just want to compliment what was just said, but also we have so many open items that the town has been working on. There's no safety element. Technically, there's no housing element. There's no evacuation plan. There's all of these open items there's a full warrant list of what we're paying every month, but there's all these open items. And so it just seems a little premature to then put together a plan for what we do afterwards when we don't have, we're planning for the birds in the bush and we don't have the birds in our hand that we're already paying for. So I don't have an answer, but this was very confusing for me when I was looking at it, when there are so many open items. And I think all of this, even what we're doing, has to be revisited with these storms. And we need to get out there and see all these new streams, or probably old streams that are on old maps and everything that are quite vibrant right now, and really look at this and how the fire department's going to be able to help us and what we're going to do, and maybe we need to put different stations on to cut down trees that fall, whatever. But this doesn't seem to be, we're throwing out Band-Aids and resources for something we don't have yet. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I see no more hands up, so I will close this and we can continue. Christy, go ahead.
Let's see. I expected more of a process of the housing element to be discussed and what we're doing next, not a post process. So I feel like we're in the middle of the process. There's been discussion of a sunrise window. I don't see a committee formed to look at Plan B and C for Ford Field. If you're truly, have we dropped the sunrise window of where we're going to spend 2 years looking at different sites in case Dorothy Ford Field doesn't work? And then does the public know beyond 12/31 that we have 160 days of a buffer to come up with the solutions? We'd like to know, HCD got back to you. You're answering questions that HCD has brought up. We'd like feedback on what you're revising, kind of line by line. So we expect more feedback on how you're revising what HCD is asking you for and what will be turned in. And then maybe later we talk about the post. So we want to be involved with the process. And I guess that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we're done with comments. Okay, we can continue. Laura, you want to weigh in here?
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that I am here in the meeting. So as you proceed with your discussion, I'm happy to answer any questions that may benefit the discussion. I do have a cough. I'm going to turn my camera off, but please let me know if there's anything I can do to assist.
Thanks, Laura. Appreciate it.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I think it would be helpful just to kind of set the stage here a little bit better if Laura's able to give an update on, just kind of to remind everybody where we are in the process with the housing element, the upcoming meetings and the next steps.
Is that okay, Laura? Do you mind doing that? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but.
Sure, I'm happy to do that to the degree that I can. I can't provide 100% details on the schedule. But there have been a number of issues that we're still working towards resolving, consistent with the council's last direction. And so we are working on addressing those items, and we're continuing towards having a planning commission meeting. We need to make sure that, we're thinking through kind of quorum issues and new planning commission issues with newly appointed planning commissioners. So we're working on those things right now. So we are pointed at this time towards a special planning commission meeting that could be on January 24th. So I'm going to be working on resolving and confirming that date as soon as possible, as soon as I can find out about having a quorum for that meeting date. And we're proposing that particular date to try to accommodate some schedules of of some planning commissioners. So that's a tentative date at this time for the planning commission to consider all of the items that we would have available. So the updates to the housing element would be a line by line revision. So a red line strikeout version would be available to the public and to the planning commission so that everyone has access to all of the changes that have been made. We also have a table that has the comments from the HCD letter. It's been like our working document as we've been responding to comments. And so we'll have a version of that available too, so that members of the public can see how we're addressing the comments from HCD. And then we'll also be presenting what's called a response to comments on the mitigated negative declaration. And so we've taken all of the comments that we've received from the members of the public and from the Planning Commission. And we have a formal response in writing so everyone can see all of those questions and issues that were raised and a response to all of those. So that document is in process also. And then we're going to be following the Planning Commission's request that the zoning code amendments be limited to those things that are absolutely necessary for adoption of the housing element. And that's underway as well. So all of that work is continuing to happen for consideration by the Planning Commission and ultimately by the Town Council. As has been discussed in many, many meetings, the goal to have all of this completed has always been the end of January, which is the initial deadline under state law. Unfortunately, despite all of everyone's best efforts, it is not possible to complete everything by the end of January. But we are working very hard to continue to bring that forward as quickly as we can, because we understand that that's the council's continuing direction. And so we're working right now on a revised schedule that we'll put out just as soon as we have it finalized. And I've had an opportunity to check in with planning commissioners and confirm quorum. And then we'll put that out through the normal process that we normally do. So if you're on our housing e-notification list, or if you get the PV forum, or if you get the town news, you'll receive those updates just as soon as we have it finalized. So that's the general update. Does that cover the things that you wanted to cover, Mr. Mayor?
Does anyone have any questions on that?
Just a couple.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Laura, thank you so much. I know you're not feeling well and I can, this is a long meeting, so thank you for being here and clarifying. Understanding is that you're expecting, based on what you're saying, and I know things can change, so I'm not holding you to this, but what I'm hearing from you is there will be one more planning commission meeting. And at that point, it would go to town council and there would be probably up to 2 council meetings for it, or what do you anticipate in terms of, I know it's hard to say dates, but in terms of number of meetings?
I would anticipate that we'll have 1 or maybe 2 planning commission meetings based on how we need to pull the materials together for the planning commission's consideration. And then the town council has to meet 2 times on these items because the zoning code amendments require an ordinance that has to be reviewed by the council 2 times. So the housing element and the mitigated negative declaration can be reviewed by at 1 meeting, but since the zoning code amendments are part of the package, it takes a minimum of 2 meetings of the council's consideration. If the council wished to take more time with these items, then it would have that option. So it would be 1 to 2 meetings of the planning commission and 2 meetings of the council would be the minimum.
So I have a question, and this may be a question for Cara, but I mean, is there anything we can do to mitigate the missing the deadline? You still on?
Cara's-
I think the best advice I can give you at this point is to is perhaps the council could give some parameters to the planning commission in terms of the review that's required by the planning commission. And then the second piece would be, it might be possible to bifurcate the zoning ordinance from the housing element, and adopt the housing element and the ISMND in one meeting, and then send it to send that package to HCD right away, and then take up the zoning amendments at a second meeting, but at least get the housing element to HCD right away.
Thank you.
Judith?
Questions Well, I thought it might be helpful to kind of explain why we're putting the cart before the horse, if I understand Bob Adams' comment. And tonight was about the things we could do. We had a bunch of colleagues' memos, one of which council members, I'm getting used to it, House and Taylor agreed to say they wanted to specifically address the post-housing element, because that's something we could do before we had the planning commission input. So we probably could have done better at communicating that earlier in the meeting. It didn't occur to me because I'm in the middle of it myself, but part of the issue was this was something that was about process and maybe forming committees or whatever after the next part of the housing element process, which is critically important, comes together. So I don't know if that's helpful, but that's why we're appearing to do that.
Yeah, there's a lot of pieces that are being pulled together, so there was nothing for us. We had nothing to discuss on the housing element at this time, and this was something, a piece of we were putting this in front of it because we could. Yeah, because it was just, and it's, again, this is the start of several conversations we're going to have on this, because this is the only place that the five of us can discuss these things. So it was, okay, apologize if that was confusing. It's just, we have to think about, sometimes we have to think about something that's coming later first, because that's when we have the opportunity to do it. So we have a lot of work to do on the housing element before it goes to Sacramento. But we were not in a position to do it tonight.
I have another question. It seemed to me like Cara might have been, Cara, I don't know if you're suggesting that there's a decision to make in terms of the approach here.
I'm going to ask you to be cautious
Okay.
because I'm still recused and I'm not sure it's been noticed.
This
So
is
I want to be
also,
cautious.
it's also not on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about the post process.
Okay.
And again, apologies for the confusion. We're talking about the post process right now, just as a looking ahead, because we had some time we had some space on this agenda because we couldn't deal with everything with the housing element yet. So
Fair.
yeah, it's,
Yep.
I assume that we will be making some decisions at the next meeting on the 25th, but I want to leave it at that because again, this is not agendized. Just right. So coming back to the question, the memo at hand, the post process. It sounds like we're talking about some potential refinements to that. Is that what?
Yep. You want another subcommittee? Want to help me on it?
Is there a limit?
Can we? I mean, I'm not sure. I'm
As
not
you
sure.
were.
If we
We
did
have to
this-
work on it. Okay.
I
Then
mean,
I'm happy to get,
Well, now that we've discussed it publicly, maybe we could. I mean, we could form a new subcommittee, right?
I'm happy to help you on that.
Okay, yeah, what,
You're getting loaded up. I mean,
Yeah.
if you'd like.
yeah.
Cara, is that?
I'm just trying to
Yeah,
lift the
sure.
focus.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. If you want to, now that you've discussed the item, everything, all the public knowledge has been shared. And if you wanted to disband that subcommittee on the post-approval process and create a new one, you're free to do that. Or you can use the same subcommittee.
Yeah. I'd be happy to step aside and let someone else take a crack at it. We sort of if you've got specific sort of, if you've got a process in mind or more specific, I'd be happy to have you take a crack at that. Greg, if you want to work with Judith or
Yeah, I mean,
Richard,
that,
you wanna work
yeah,
with that?
I'm happy to work with whoever. I mean, what I heard was we could tighten this up, we could get some focus and then get some clarity on the things that, again, Jeff and I were so deep in the thick of it that the things I'm hearing make total sense to me, but once you're in it, you sort of kind of.
Absolutely.
So that's what I'm looking for is
Yeah.
some help to basically, tighten this up and maybe set the phrasing so that it reflects our intent. Because I think what I heard was what we wrote didn't really reflect our intent as well as we had hoped.
Through the chair, is it Judith or Sarah is going to be working with Craig?
I think we're looking at the same thing. So if you two want to go, I'm also happy. I don't know.
The only, not that I want to add to my plate, but the only benefit is I do have the perspective of the process we've been through, and that's how I think it should be, frankly, either Jeff or myself,
Okay.
because we know what we have done and what that process looks like.
And I would be able to submit comments to you, right? I mean, I don't see any reason why I couldn't just say, here are my thoughts, or would that not be good?
If you
No,
say your
okay,
thought- no,
never
if you
mind.
say your thoughts to
Okay,
him, and he and I and Sarah talk about it.
okay, no, then I won't do that.
Honestly, if you want to do it, by all means, go for it.
I mean, so I'm happy to have you do because I like both of you and I respect both of you. To me, this is less about the housing element and more about making sure that, at least it's less about the housing element we're trying to pass in the near term. And it's more about the consequences and the downstream issues from the housing element. So completely agree. It's putting in more about the sunrise. Again, there was a complaint, there's too much detail, and I had all sorts of detail that I sort of didn't
Oh, you
include
put
here,
it,
right?
okay.
So, but things like, saying more about the sunrise thing, I mean, that makes sense to me. So again, I'm okay either way. I guess I'm a little uncomfortable just focusing on the housing element though. I mean, to me, the safety and the general plan, yeah, I mean, all those things all belong there. Maybe it's in a different order, that kind of stuff. So anyway, I'd be happy to have either one of you involved. So,
Anybody have a well-balanced coin?
yeah.
Yeah.
Because-
I'm happy to just give it up if you want to do it. Save us some time. But I don't want to.
I mean, do you have time? I mean, because what we could do, because again, I don't feel like this even has to be done for the next time. Like we could do a turn, make it public again. You and I could do a
There
turn
you go.
and make it public if we're not capturing the right stuff.
Yeah.
Because right now I was trying to capture more the intent, like getting the words to match the intent.
Yep.
And you seemed like
I'm
you had
happy-
some
I'm
pretty
yeah.
clear
I-
comments on that.
Well, I could certainly enlighten you as to my reactions.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm happy to
There's
do
some
that.
stuff that we have to get
Yeah,
out. on that
okay,
one.
let's do that.
And we can do another round if we're not getting the housing element specifics in that.
Absolutely.
From all that red ink, I see it. It looks
Yeah,
like
but a couple
she's
months
got
after.
a good start on it.
All right.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, so I think we got that wrapped up. Yeah. Okay.
Might that be the last?
No, we have
Agenda?
one more.
No. The work's not that good.
Yeah, can't be that
Um,
lucky.
But there's
Isn't
no
that the
document
end?
for this, right?
Oh, no, this is our last, the last colleague memo is a discussion
Oh,
of code
right,
of
sorry.
ethics, and this is going to be led by Mary.
We're,
Yeah, no. So just,
Yeah,
so to be, oh, I'm sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead, Mary.
ahead.
Yeah, I was
please.
going to say that,
I
at
didn't
the
understand.
time of production of the document, what, correct me if I'm wrong, Mary, please, that, in our initial conversation, it appeared that this was just going to be a very brief discussion. There wasn't a colleague's
Okay.
memo prepared, and we put it on the agenda just as a discussion item without an attachment because we didn't have it at the time. But fair enough.
I thought we had decided not to put it on the agenda.
Oh, my apologies. Well, we can,
Yeah, I
We can
thought it
s-
was going to be for next.
Would you
for-
like to continue it?
we can do that, Mary, if you like.
Well, yes, because
Okay,
I mean, I
that's-
have a document.
No one's going to
that,
object to shortening the
yeah,
meeting. So no,
yeah.
no, please, yeah, let's.
Absolutely.
Let's save it for the
Just-
25th.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Just be
Okay.
aware that there's been some research done on codes of ethics,
Yeah.
something we
Yeah,
can
yeah.
do and something
sounds
that's
great.
really, we could do quickly and
Okay.
satisfy some concerns.
No, that sounds great, and I will look forward to seeing you. Okay, council liaison committee and regional agencies reports. Since we have not yet implemented my new system.
Three of us are off the
down
hook.
line, and if anyone has a meeting they want to report on, they can report on it now. In as much or little detail as you care to.
We haven't had a time.
I know, that's
That
what I'm
is
saying.
true.
We're off the
That is
hook.
true.
We're, the
So
three of
just
us are
you and I.
totally good.
Trying to remember if I had it.
I'll start because
Go ahead, please.
I just want to give an update on the ad hoc housing element, or I'm sorry, the ADU team. They are doing really well, that group. They have a 30% response rate so far. I don't want to, they're getting, I'd say some good positive feedback. I don't want to steal their thunder and, they still have another week of collecting data. So just want to report that that process continues. It's going well. So far, they have a 30% response rate and they're getting good information.
Nice. And that's
On
pretty
both,
impressive.
on all the categories that they were surveying, ADUs, JADUs, and amnesty. So. That's it. But, anything, we can do to encourage more people to complete the
Respond.
survey
Yeah.
and respond.
Yeah, I think that's something
a
we
quick
we should
survey.
all do is reach out to people to get them to fill out the survey.
I don't have anything to report. A lot since the year started, so. Okay, and so there are no, correct, there are no other liaison reports. So
I only was gonna,
Sorry.
the finance committee, but you stole my thunder. I was excited to announce that we were meeting and we were gonna actually have the audit, but.
Sorry.
talk more about my news.
Okay.
Always like to
that's,
have positive news.
Okay, I see two hands up. These are looking for comments on the liaison reports. Bob Adams, go ahead.
Yes, I'm going to just ask one question and I just trying to understand and make sure that I do understand. Will a plan be turned into HCD by 1/31? And I'd just like to know if Kara could answer that. Kara could answer.
Cara or Laura, you can answer that briefly.
It depends on whether we can get the planning commission and city council meetings scheduled before January 31st. If we can't get those meetings noticed and scheduled, and if we don't have an action, of course, we won't be able to turn it in by the 31st. But I would anticipate that we would, if we don't turn it in by the 31st, it will be shortly after the 31st.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, we don't have a great answer for that.
I thought
I thought we had it.
Laura did say that Laura said she didn't think we could make that deadline with the zoning attached. Is that correct? Or-
Yeah.
But isn't this really the next meeting? Like, I mean, we're going to discuss this at the next meeting and
Yes,
make a
yes, we
decision.
are.
I think this is a council decision to decide what we're going to submit, what mitigation we can do. And I appreciate we don't want to discuss it now, but I feel like it's a discussion for next meeting.
Yeah, well, I think we will have something, we will have some update, something we're considering at the next meeting is my understanding. I just don't know if it'll have the whole package of things that we.
I understand, but I'm worried we're getting ahead of ourselves. Like, I'm going to say hypothetically, we could have 5 council meetings in 1 week if we chose to schedule them that way,
We could.
right? I'm not saying we would, but I'm just saying we need to be careful here that we need to have the meeting next week and decide what our action plan is as a council. And I feel like what we're doing now is we're saying, well, we're hearing input from staff and there's this and that. And it's kind of murky what we're getting right now. So I'm hesitant to respond to the public by saying, well, here's our here's our date, because I don't think we know what our date is.
Agreed.
Okay, well, all right. So I'm worried we're slipping, we're on the slippery slope of saying more and more without having an agenda item to discuss this.
Then we should probably stop.
That's my.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Rita has her hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say it was just mentioned about the audit, and once again, as we're being excited, but this is from the 2019, 2020, and it is 2023. And so, when it's being discussed, the 2021 is being discussed. I think we also need to have in the same conversation the status of the other ones and what we're doing. And I also want to mention that at the beginning of the agenda tonight, where it says report from closed session, the microphone was muted. So everyone that was on did not hear if there was any kind of report from the previous closed sessions. It was only when I had my hand up for oral statement and said that it was muted. So the people that are still online on Zoom heard nothing of a report from closed session. And so that part was not recorded. If that could be let us know at this point, that would be great.
There was no report out of closed session. Nothing actionable. So, thank you. Okay, with that, we can move on to the town manager report. Thank you.
I'd like to further compliment the amazing group of people who have been working on storm-related issues in the last week. Names have been mentioned before. I'd like to mention them again. Howard Young, Public Works Director, Scott and Justin, the Public Works team, Bob Boyle, and others on the Public Works Committee. And we've also, through the great planning efforts of Howard, had on-call contractor team to take care of various issues in town. And we were working very closely with Woodside Fire Protection District as well. We were able to clear out some pretty major tree issues pretty quickly. And I think one of the reasons that so far as I knock on wood, that we haven't had significant widespread flooding issues is the due diligence of the staff on these issues. So I cannot thank them enough. There were times over the weekend that Howard was working at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to ensure the safety of residents. So my true appreciation to Howard and his flexibility and his adaptability and real thoughtfulness as we've moved through this. Continuing with my praise of Howard, as you know, we've had 2 open positions in public works maintenance. One was a new position that the council added last year, and we've had a heck of a time filling those positions. And Howard recently contracted with a firm to bring in local help a couple times a week. I appreciate that thoughtfulness as well. That way we can continue with the important items that we need to do in public works. We are working, as I think you know, with the Little League on updating their restrooms at Ford Field. They've actually found a very nice upgrade that we're planning to put out likely next month that will replace one of the 2 porta potties that are out there at this time. It will be only open during league play. The other facility that the town currently uses will be open all the time, and that's ADA compliant. Oh, my apologies. I had another comment on the storm. We're obviously there were a number of expenditures that we did not expect related to the storm. Hopefully we don't see any further damage. We're under about $100,000 at this time, but we are putting together what that list of fiscal impacts are, and the emergency declaration allows us to go recoup those costs. As you know, I'm working with a grant writer to look at opportunities to fund a variety of wildfire mitigation and resiliency issues. And I'm planning to have a conversation with her tomorrow on some of the research that she's done to see if any of these opportunities are worth pursuing. A reminder for those folks who did not recently read in previous updates that the state has released the through CAL FIRE, the state responsibility area updated fire severity zone maps. Those are not the maps for the town, but they are the maps for areas around town. So I highly recommend you take a look at that, and links to those draft maps will be included in the update from tonight's meeting. I hope to meet with Stanford in the next few weeks to follow up on items that were part of the traffic capacity evacuation study that the council accepted last year. And I've been very pleased with the conversations with Stanford and the receptiveness to being a partner in helping the town increase capacity as it relates to an evacuation. I also want to thank the members of the EPC that have been working on the evacuation, the mitigation efforts out of the evacuation study. As you know, last month, staff had a few meetings. I took a meeting today with Vic Schackner to talk about next steps. We do anticipate coming back to the council on March 8th to give updates on a variety of those efforts. Some are shorter term, some are longer term. Some of them may be ultimately programmed into the council priority study session that's coming up February 8th and March 8th. And then I had just a sort of difficult news from the state. As you know, we have been working with our partner cities, and the town's lobbying firm also happens to be the county's lobbying firm as well, on funding issues through a vehicle license fee shortfall. This has been going on for a few years now. For the first time in recent memory, the state budget did not include the backfill for the VLF monies that we typically depend on, all the cities depend on. The amount that should have been included in the state budget for the town is about $90,000. That's not insignificant as it relates to the overall percentage of the budget. Other cities are in much worse position than that. We'll clearly be working with our lobbyists and the other agencies, the other cities, to try to get that into the budget. But that's been a very difficult process with the state. It does appear that they're not interested in backfilling what we believe is a promise made to the town, and made to all the communities in San Mateo County. But we'll reflect on that in future discussions with the council as it relates to the budget. Today was Carol Bork's anniversary, and she's been with the town over 20 years. So congratulations to her. That's incredible. We have 3 members of the staff who've been with us over 20 years. Howard and Scott and Carol, and I think that says a lot about this place. Thank you.
I had 2 questions. You mind, Mark?
Yes, question.
First of all, I don't know what BLF stands for.
Vehicle license fee.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. And second is, what is the function of the liaison for Stanford? Our council liaison, would he or she go with him on these meetings, or what is the function of that person?
It's kind of ad hoc. It's sort of, if I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's sort of, if there were, if there were a situation where we wanted, elect one of us to talk to Stanford about some question, sort of something that wasn't a staff to staff, it was a little bit higher level.
So it's a staff, this is
well-
who would be your peer then? Who is your peer then at Stanford? If he's staff to staff?
I guess it would.
Aren't we
depend on the
still, I
situation.
think we're still.
Yeah, maybe if I can maybe provide a
Go
little
to
bit
the
of
Board of
clarity on that.
Trustees.
So there's, a number of discussions that happen on a regular basis between Stanford and the town on fire-related issues, discussions related to the Stanford Wedge project and updates in that ilk. The liaison was more active earlier in that process as potential project was moving forward. They haven't been as active in the last few years. The level of a conversation related to some of the evacuation work, I don't think requires a council liaison. It really is staff to staff, and it's been through direction of the council to work on the issues that were part of the evacuation study in this case.
And then I suppose in terms of liaison, the other, and this may be off topic, but it may be going back, but should we have a liaison with Post and MROSD as well?
We have an MROSD liaison.
Yeah, Post tends, I'm sorry, through the chair, Post, we don't, unless Post acquires property in town, where I think a liaison would be most useful. I'm not sure that it would be required to have one, but certainly if the council wished to do that for broader issues, that would be fine.
Yeah, Mid-Penn, because they managed, because they own land. Closely with that. Regular reason. There's no harm in reaching out to them. But we have never, I don't think we felt the need to formally appoint them. So. Okay, I
Well, I would
see.
be happy to do that.
Okay.
Like if you
I'm only hesitating, do we actually want to add that as a formal, like I feel like I like to keep the liaison list as simple as possible. So I'm fine with you sort of just talking to them as you see fit personally. I just don't feel like we need to appoint a liaison for that specifically.
Okay.
I just feel like it's adding, I don't know, it feels like it's adding complication, but I could be persuaded.
No, it's not a public agency. I mean, I think your meeting it is fine, but you're not a public agency.
That's true.
So, and it seems awkward, like there's a lot of public agencies, I mean, private agencies and companies and stuff that we could end up having liaisons with,
Yeah.
which doesn't make sense to me. Whereas I think it's fine. I mean, if we want to talk to them as council, we can go talk to them.
Yes. So there's nothing stopping you from talking. But as Greg points out, yeah, it's a nonprofit, it's not a public agency. Christy has had her hand up, so I'm going to take a public comment here. Christy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm super interested in what you all are talking about. Can our town request to be informed by Santa Clara County regarding Stanford building and traffic plans in the future? I've been noticing a lot of articles in the paper recently, and we seem to be out of the loop. Please be in close contact with Ray Mueller, District 3, to remain informed on Santa Clara County items which would affect Portola Valley traffic and things around us. I agree that liaisons with nonprofits keep us informed. So I encourage those interactions. And that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, did you want to respond to that?
Sure. So the Supervisor Ray Mueller replaced Supervisor Horsley. Ray is going to come to a future council meeting. I believe we have tentatively scheduled for February 22nd to introduce himself and share what's going on and engage the council on questions and comments. In Santa Clara County, the supervisors, Joe Simidian and Joe and his staff regularly reach out on issues of import or those that may affect the town. He's brought together Southern San Mateo County cities in the past to discuss shared issues. When that is certainly an area where the liaison is required to participate, put it that way, if there's elected officials there.
Thank you. Okay, I have a hand up from Rita. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would love to know who our liaison is with, AT&T, PGE, all of these things, like past week when things have been bad. I've gotten a couple of things solved today for a few people concerning the phone lines, but it's one of those things that have been, we've been having problems with that lovely trailer on the corner of Westridge and Alpine Road, which surprisingly will be gone within the next week, which I'm very happy to say and share. And I was able to get a couple of people with their phone lines and their internet actually working today by talking to the electrician that's working for AT&T. But it would just be really nice if somehow this could be consolidated so that individual residents are not having to do this and then wait for 45 minutes to talk to AT&T, especially if they don't have cell coverage and whatnot. And with what Christy was saying about what's happening in Santa Clara County, where Barrett's, also known before as McClenahan's, is, there's a gigantic cell tower that's been installed there. I'd like to know if we haven't seen anything in our news about it, but is that something that can, or is it benefiting our town that it's there? Is it on? I'd like to know some information about it. It's just right there on their property. And you know, those are things, and we need some place, even if it's just on the website or a liaison, somebody that the residents can talk to, that can talk about some infrastructure issues, especially in light of this storm that we have, that you know, who do we talk to? And I know I sound like a broken record because I've been asking for this for a couple of years, especially since my landline is down all the time. But thank you. You know, just looking for more, and would love to know who's the liaison for that particular thing, because I've talked to Howard and he's not the person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bob Adams. Go ahead.
Yes, this is for Jeremy. And one of the things that I've noticed 2 or 3 times in the meeting is that for some reason, the microphones don't pick up the voices. And I can tell you that even on closed caption, it goes blank during the time. Jeff, you're the most consistent, so maybe there's a way they can put an amplifier on, but it's happened with others of you also. The one that's probably clearest is Jeremy and Laura, both. They're very clear in their voices. So I just let you know that some way there maybe want to put an amplification on some of the so you can tune them up or down. That would be a nice thing to have. And as I say, I have closed caption, so it doesn't even show up on the closed caption.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Apologies. There's no more hands raised, so we can move on to adjournment. One quick correction. The next council meeting will be on January 25th. It says 11th here. It's just not so with that.
So what did
I
you
move to
correct?
adjourn.
Oh, under adjournment, it says the next town council meeting is January 11th. It says January 11th to 25th.
Mine says the 25th.
No?
Yeah.
I'm moving to adjourn.
Yeah. Go second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Well done.
I'll show you my copy.
Yeah, mine says the 25th also.
Wait, am I looking at? Oh, you know what? Whoa, wait, no,
The minutes?